Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says Israel and Lebanon agree to a 10-day ceasefire. The US warns its forces are ready to resume military operations at a moment's notice if Iran doesn't make a deal. After deadly overnight attacks on Ukraine, President Zelensky says Russia doesn't deserve the lifting of any sanctions. President Donald Trump has announced a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel that begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. He made the announcement on Truth Social, saying, "I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire." He goes on to add, "It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done." He then posted he's invited both leaders to the White House for the first talks since 1983. For more on this, I'm joined by Shani Moore, who's the former Director of Foreign Policy for Israel's National Security Council and lecturer at Reichman University. Shani, good to have you on the show. So just before I have come on air to speak to you, we have had some breaking news. President Donald Trump says Lebanon and Israel have agreed a 10-day ceasefire. What do you make of this moment? And is there celebration in Israel where you are?
I don't know if there's celebration yet. If the terms of the ceasefire are good for Israel, I'm sure there'll be a welcome here. And I'm sure even if the terms aren't good for those Israelis who live in the north of the country who've been under a relentless bombardment since March the 2nd, more than a month, I'm sure it'll be welcome, even if it's not. It remains to be seen what the terms of the ceasefire are. I suspect, without having seen anything specific, that it will mean that all fire is ceased and present positions are held. In other words, that Israel will cease its air operations, but that the positions that were taken by the IDF in southern Lebanon will be held, at least for the duration of the 10-day ceasefire. But I'm not sure. I don't know what the exact terms are.
It's really interesting because you just said the terms of the ceasefire, and of course we don't know that following Donald Trump's Truth Social that a ceasefire will begin this evening, midnight our time. But obviously this means that there's going to be a ceasefire, which means continued negotiations between Hezbollah and Israel, of course Lebanon too. What do you think the main sticking points will be when it comes to those negotiations to find a forever peace, if that's ever possible?
Well, a forever peace, which would be a wonderful goal and should, I think, be the goal of American policymakers and of all international actors, would be a peace treaty that normalizes the relations between the two states. A peace treaty and normal relations just means that two states recognize each other, exchange ambassadors, and interact as two states do anywhere in the world, including with occasional disagreements. That would be a wonderful end state. I don't know if that's realistic now because of the internal situation in Lebanon. As you know, there are very few Arab countries that have concluded peace treaties and normal relations with Israel. On the other hand, in the medium term, for Israel, a ceasefire and a long-term arrangement would be something better than the ceasefire that was concluded in November 2024. That would commit all sides, would commit Lebanon under some kind of international supervision to a genuine disarmament of Hezbollah. And leading up to that, it would probably leave Israel in some kind of buffer zone a few kilometers into southern Lebanon until the conclusion of that disarmament.
And the Israeli army has bombarded Lebanon, killing over 2,000 people and destroying civilian infrastructure, today hitting a bridge in southern Lebanon. Will Israel honor the ceasefire deal, and will Netanyahu actually travel to the White House to meet Lebanon's president, as Donald Trump has suggested is going to happen?
I don't think Netanyahu will be the break on a meeting with the Lebanese leader. What's more curious would be whether a Lebanese president or a Lebanese leader of any rank is willing to publicly meet an Israeli leader and then will dare to fly home. That's a much more interesting test. I don't think you'll find much opposition from an Israeli leader of one kind or another. In terms of honoring the ceasefire, like I said, the conditions of the ceasefire, I suspect, will reflect both what was already agreed to in November of 2024 and the possibly improved position that Israel has found itself in right now. One way or another, the bottom line of this current month of violence, as with the other one, was that Hezbollah grossly miscalculated on March the 2nd when it launched a war on Israel, just as it grossly miscalculated on October 8th of 2023 when it did the same.
There's a lot of international sympathy for Lebanon. Italy has suspended its defense agreement with Israel, and 63 countries, that includes Japan and the EU, have issued this joint statement over the situation in Lebanon as Israel continues to hit the country. Is the US the only country that can stop Israel's continued aggression? Because it appears from what we're seeing from Donald Trump's social media posts that he was the main instigator of the ceasefire and is trying to find an agreement between Lebanon and Israel so he can also have a ceasefire with Iran.
Right. What will stop Israel's operation in Lebanon is if Lebanon agrees to fully disarm Hezbollah, as it endeavored to do in 2024, the last time it reached a ceasefire agreement with Israel. That wasn't carried out. In fact, as we've seen by the sheer amount of rocket fire that was directed at Israel since March 2nd, that not only was Hezbollah not disarmed, but that under the cover of the previous ceasefire, it actually managed to rebuild its arsenal quite a lot. That's the thing that will stop Israel. And I suspect that what allowed Trump to make the announcement today was some kind of agreement from Beirut to take these obligations a bit more seriously than they had in the previous 2 years.
So disarming Hezbollah is a long-term goal of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's. That's something that we do know never shied away from. But after 2 years of Israeli efforts in Gaza to destroy Hamas, do you really believe that Israel can completely eradicate Hezbollah? Because by all means, Hamas is still in Gaza.
Right. I don't think that what Israel wants is to be the party that gets rid of Hezbollah. I think what Israel would like to have, and I suspect that that's what Washington is gearing towards as well, and I suspect that that's, by the way, what the government in Beirut mostly wants right now, probably with the tacit support of many of its key Arab partners, is for the Lebanese state to disarm Hezbollah. As you well know, Lebanese civil war ended in 1989 in the Taif Agreement, where all of the Lebanese militias that had been actors in the civil war, except for one, Hezbollah, were decommissioned. Decommissioning Hezbollah from its arms was part of UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which ended the war in 2006, and it was a commitment that was made again and again in international forums and in bilateral ones at several different explosions of violence since, most recently in 2024. This is obviously an Israeli interest, but more than anything, it's a Lebanese interest to be a fully sovereign state and not to be operating as a colony of the Islamic regime in Tehran.
And Hezbollah has claimed a number of attacks on Israeli forces in recent hours. We must, of course, recognize that. The war in Lebanon, despite the ceasefire coming into place and just being announced, is still active. And as you and I, Shani, speak to each other, Pakistan says peace in Lebanon is essential for Iran. So do you think right now that we are going to see more success in negotiations on ending the Iran war because this ceasefire has now been announced?
I don't know if this affects the other. I mean, Iran invested really a generational effort in a massive deterrent in Lebanon that was supposed to protect it from Israel, and now is investing its last resources in protecting its client in Lebanon. It's quite a reversal from what the Iranian strategy since the 1980s has been. The ceasefire that's held since April 8th in the Persian Gulf is contingent on a number of unresolved issues, in particular the Iranian nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the parallel blockades on the Strait of Hormuz. Those are still unresolved issues. They're being negotiated through Pakistani mediation and the mediation of at least two other countries that have been discreetly channeling between Tehran and Washington. Does a ceasefire in Lebanon help? I suspect it can't hurt. But again, it depends on what the terms of the ceasefire are. 10 days for the two sides not to be firing on each other while they negotiate some kind of long-term arrangement is wonderful. I hope that they do conclude an arrangement in those 10 days. But if they don't, that ceasefire will end the same way previous ones have as well.
Yes, Shani, I think that's a lot of concern that many people are aware of. Shani Moore, really good to have your thoughts and analysis, especially to that breaking news on the announcement of that 10-day ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by journalist and author Baria Alamuddin. Baria, thank you so much for joining me. Trump has announced Israel's Prime Minister and Lebanon's President are invited to the White House after confirming a ceasefire between the two countries. How big of a win is this halt in fighting for President Donald Trump and his administration?
Oh, he needs it badly, and it is a win. But the first winners will be the Israelis and the Lebanese, who will stop dying and stop facing destruction of their homes and of their livelihood. I think there are no winners in war. There are always winners in peace. So Trump has been failing in many other policies in the area. He failed in his war with Iran so far. None of his declared aims have been achieved so far. So, yes, definitely, it's a winner for Trump.
And as you said to me, he needs it right now because we know those negotiations with Iran are still continuing, back-channel negotiations with Pakistan. But my former guest I was just speaking to, Shani, said to me it's good that a ceasefire has been announced, but the terms of the ceasefire haven't been made public. So right now, we don't know what they are. But what do you think the main sticking points when it comes to negotiations will be between Lebanon, Hezbollah and Israel?
I think there will be many, many sticking points. And one of the main sticking points is the way Israel conducts itself with the Lebanese. To have peace, you have to respect each other. You have to respect the sovereignty. First, Israel has to get out of every inch of Lebanese soil. It touches Lebanese sovereignty, and the Lebanese will not accept that their land is being occupied by anybody, not by Iran, not by Israel or anybody else. So they would have one of the main issues would be that Israel has to get out of every inch. I do realize that there is the issue of Hezbollah and the Hezbollah arms. I assure you that most Lebanese are fed up with Hezbollah, fed up with Iran, don't want Iran as well to have any influence on their policies. And I'm sure now Iran is going to declare that they're the ones who got the ceasefire for Lebanon, which is not true. It's actually the Lebanese president and prime minister and government that got this. The Hezbollah needs it because they have been also suffering and suffering badly. But the main point is that the civilians are suffering. It's Hezbollah who chose to do this. It's not the civilians. There are many, many, many tens of villages in Lebanon that have pillaged. They have been destroyed completely. All the livelihood. There is more than 2,000 people dead. There is 7,000 people wounded. So it's a lot for a small, beautiful, wonderful country like Lebanon. I can assure you, I'm now living in London since 1982 because of Israel arriving to Lebanon when they massacred the Palestinians in Sabra and Shatila. I do hope that the Israelis will realize very, very soon that the Lebanese want peace and want peace with all the world and want a very peaceful world. However, to make peace with people, you have to stop killing them and pillaging their villages and destroying their lives.
And what you said there is so emotional because we are talking about civilians paying the highest price when it comes to Israel's attacks on Lebanon, as you did say.
More than 200 children have died. More than schools are closed. Lives but not only for the south, for the whole of Lebanon. There is more than 1 million refugees in a very small country. It's unimaginable, the suffering in Lebanon.
And what would you like the international community to do to help those in Lebanon right now going through this? Are people doing enough? I think, what would you want to say to President Donald Trump and to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu if you could sit down with them now to help those people?
Well, I would tell him to be fair and to be just and to realize that there are other countries he should care for besides Israel. It's so far all we've seen from this American administration is that its sole aim is to protect Israel and to do Israel's bidding and Netanyahu's wars. I think the international community needs very strong, very courageous leaders that proves that they are leaders, that they stand with the international law, humanitarian law. There should be some empathy from the international community towards people of the area. Do not forget the destruction that the Gulf countries have suffered. The Gulf countries are the lifeline of the Arab world. That if there are no, if the Gulf countries' economies are destroyed, there is no help for Lebanon, there is no help for Syria, there is no help for anyone. So Mr. Trump has huge responsibility, but so do the Europeans, so do the Chinese and the Japanese and of course the Russians that have huge influence as well in with Mr. Netanyahu. This should be a global issue. I tell you, the world suffers from lack of leadership and for lack of empathy. Until and unless the United Nations gets back its role and is able to act and stop this idea that might is right. Otherwise, we are definitely, going towards the abyss. The economy is in shambles all over the world. Iran is no friend of Lebanon. Israel is no friend of Lebanon so far. But the Lebanese would like to be friends with the Iranians, with the Israelis, with every nation in the world, but not through war and not through destroying the lives of people.
And disarming Hezbollah is a long-term goal of Benjamin Netanyahu's. But after 2 years of Israel's efforts in Gaza to destroy Hamas and the humanitarian suffering we saw inside of Gaza, do you think Israel can completely succeed in eradicating Hezbollah? Because we're just talking about the human cost of people.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right to ask this question, and it's a very good question. I think Hezbollah will dismantle. It's already weakened. It's greatly weakened. Also, the Lebanese, the followers of Hezbollah, and most Lebanese are tired. We move from one war to another, from one problem to another. Our banking is destroyed. Our ports are destroyed. Our economy is from a world first class country to almost a failed state. Lebanon is now. So I think what we really need is for Hezbollah to realize that they are weakened and that there is no more Iran. Also, a weakened Iran, I think, will help the cause of the Lebanese. And I think when the Lebanese come together, you see, Hezbollah starts the war, and then they ask for a ceasefire. And they destroy the government, they attack the government, they attack the president, and then they want the government and the president to do everything for them. It doesn't work like this. They should be Lebanese first, not do the biddings of Iran. Those that do the biddings of another country in one's country, they should be taken to courts and they should be tried for treason. Lebanon does not want any influence, neither for the Israelis nor for the Iranians or for any other country for that matter. We are Lebanese, and Lebanese have proven themselves around the world that they can build and they can be patient and they can be resilient. But honestly, it's a very, very, very sad situation now in Lebanon. I really think it's a very, very critical time now for the Lebanese and for the Lebanese economy, for the Lebanese people, for the Lebanese government.
Baria, it's always amazing to have you on and have your insights and thoughts. Thank you so much for always spending time with me.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
A major fire at one of Australia's key fuel refineries has hit production and raised fresh concerns over energy security just as global markets do remain under pressure. Its operator says most units remain online at reduced rates while damage is assessed. Patrick Falk has this report.
Thick plumes of smoke rising over Geelong as firefighters battle a blaze at Viva Energy's refinery. It's one of Australia's most important fuel production sites. The fire hit a gasoline unit, forcing the operator to scale back output while crews worked to contain and assess the damage.
All the other units are still operating and still in production, but they're at minimum rates to maintain safety across the site. So we'll only start increasing production again once we're confident that we can do that safely.
The Geelong refinery processes up to 120,000 barrels of oil a day and supplies around half of Victoria's fuel needs, making the disruption a key pressure point for domestic supply. Australia is already navigating tighter fuel conditions driven by global disruptions linked to the war in Iran. The development could add strain to already stretched supply chains, something Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was looking to address in talks with Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim.
This is a conflict that has caused unprecedented energy supply shocks right across the globe. And to meet this challenge, Australia is working in cooperation with our close friends, including Malaysia.
The discussion between the two leaders in Malaysia focused on strengthening energy cooperation, reinforcing fuel supply chains and managing ongoing global volatility. Both sides agreed to deepen regional coordination.
Malaysia and Australia share strong interdependence in energy resources, including fuel and LNG. We have existing agreements, and today we reaffirmed our commitment to them. We also signed a joint statement on energy security, reflecting our commitment to stable and resilient energy supplies.
Malaysia says it will prioritise surplus fuel exports to Australia once domestic demand is met as part of a broader push to stabilise supply flows, highlighting regional partnership as energy disruptions continue to weigh heavily on Asia-Pacific nations. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now, the United States top U.S. general has said that U.S. forces are ready to resume combat operations against Iran at a moment's notice. He made the remarks alongside the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth during a briefing held earlier today. Hegseth also said that he hopes Iran chooses a deal which is within its grasp. Take a listen.
As our negotiators have said, you, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge, and we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely.
For more on this, I'm joined by Chief Editor of The Independent Persian, Camelia Intakhabifard. Thank you so much for your time with me today, Camelia. In another press conference oozing with confidence we just saw there, Pete Hegseth vowed that the US is locked and loaded if Iran doesn't agree to a deal. Is this another round of saber rattling from the White House?
Thank you very much, dearest Leigh Ann, for hosting me, and greeting to your viewers. Scenarios has been put up together from yesterday by President Trump to put a maximum pressure on Iranians to accept the conditions and coming back to the negotiation tables. I can see these developments in the Strait of Hormuz more as the pressure points for President Trump rather than to say it's an exercise of conducting a new operations or ending the truce between Iran and the US and Israel. Here there is several points that can be evidences to what I'm saying, and that was the development of the 10 days called a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. That was part of this plan, as Iranian also were asking one of their conditions to accept the terms of the Americans for the negotiations and also to wrapping up their deal with the U.S. was the ceasefire in Lebanon. Of course, President Trump wants to take the credit himself, as he did, but we shouldn't forget that Monir was in Tehran, and this is the second days of his extreme negotiations with the Iranians, and that built up to say Iranian has now one choices: to sit and wrap up the negotiations with American, handing over the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium and open the Strait of Hormuz. And as we are saying, President Trump tried to deliver as what he promised to the Pakistanis, the ceasefire in Lebanon. And maybe we are hearing within hours or tomorrow some of the Iranian assets to be unfrozen if Iranian open the Strait of Hormuz.
So you think that President Donald Trump has actually taken the credit for this 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, but really behind the scenes, Pakistan has made this deal come to light because of their back-channel diplomacy and the trip to Iran as they try to iron out these sticking points in the negotiations between America and Tehran?
We have always give all the credits to President Trump. President Trump should be a winner. President Trump likes to be victorious, and that's totally fine. He is the president of a superpower country. But here it was one arrow with two aims. President Trump now can be claim the victory and making this ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. Just a few minutes ago, he has been posted on his Truth social media. He's inviting the president of Lebanon and the Israeli prime minister to the White House. That would be a major event if that can be a huge development over the peace deal between these two countries after many, many years can be sealed by Trump. And also the second aim of this making this ceasefire with Lebanon, yes, it is what Iranians were asking for. And when they went to Islamabad, get disappointed when they heard the ceasefire and the truce hasn't been granted in Lebanon. Yes, that was part of their conditions, and there is no more excuses for them to can escape the talks with the U.S. and having some agreement. Let's say not a true completing a deal, at least some agreements. And I believe that part of this agreement to be included the regional countries too. Some of their also representative will come at the next round of the discussions, in my opinion, which their absentee was a matter to the regional countries, and they were asking to be part of these negotiations.
But how much progress has been made between Washington and Tehran ahead of a possible second round of talks in Pakistan, which people are saying could happen in the next few days? Iran is still insisting it has the right to enrich uranium for civilian purposes. The White House is insisting Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We're seeing this maximum pressure diplomacy from Pete Hegseth. Will Iran be pressured into conceding?
It pressured already. Otherwise, we wouldn't see them going to Islamabad and accepting the ceasefire, correct? Part of this blockade by the U.S. was brilliant because Iran hasn't been allowing the other ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz. But in retaliation, America does these blockades, which it put an enormous pressure on Iran's economy. In order this blockade be over, Iranian needs to make some compromises too. And these compromises, it can be this, what we heard about the terms and the conditions of halting enriching uranium in Iranian source. I am a media person, but I do not like to read what is flat appearing on the media with anonymous sources or just speculations. There were some speculations were saying Iranian asked for 5 to 10 years halting the enrichments, and Americans say 20 years. We should wait and see what is a total announcement, or maybe it would be the 20 years or very little enrichment, less than 1%, 1 point something. We shouldn't forget last year when Witkoff was negotiating with Arakchi, He told the Fox News President Trump is agreeing with 3.67 as it previously at JCPOA has been agreed. But probably Trump, under pressure of Netanyahu or Israeli, changed his mind. And of course, any new negotiations had a new terms to be completed. Netanyahu said zero enrichment, but maybe kind of the associations by all regional countries to be formed that anyone who needs the enriched uranium for the power facilities, they can have some extent and access to making it and collaborate or contribute to Iran, but not now, but probably after enough trust has been built between Iran and the U.S.
But Camelia, as we wrap it up, we must remember that JCPOA deal that was made, of course, by Barack Obama. Donald Trump has to make a better one than that because he has always been very critical of that deal. So we'll have to see what comes out of those enriched uranium talks. Camelia, really good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for hosting.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Russia does not deserve the lifting of any sanctions after it targeted Ukraine with deadly strikes overnight. 700 Russian drones and 19 ballistic missiles targeted Kiev and other regions, killing 16 people. The president of the European Council, Antonio Costa, has also condemned the horrendous attacks. We can now speak to John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, always good to have you on the show. Is Russia's latest deadly strike on Ukraine, which has killed 17 civilians, including a child, a major escalation in the ongoing war, or is it just re-entering the headlines again?
It's the latter, re-entering the headlines. The Russian Federation has continued for 5 years targeting civilian infrastructure. This is not a surprise to the Ukrainians, should not be a surprise to the Europeans, and certainly isn't a surprise to members of NATO. This is something that the Russian Federation does. And the fact that this was coming out of the 32-hour Easter ceasefire, it got more traction because it's more substantive, and it's gone from basically from zero to this 5 days later. But as far as strategy, it's not a change in the Russian strategy whatsoever.
How concerning is Ukraine's critical shortage of Patriot missiles? And does this leave the country exposed to Russian ballistic strikes before any replacements from Europe and the US arrive? Because this is something that Zelensky has been talking about on the rounds. He was mentioning it when he was in Germany recently.
Yeah, he's been mentioning it for 5 years, that he needs more, and he needs more of the Pac 2, Pac 3. So, whatever variant he can find, he wants. One of the reasons that he made the offer to assist Gulf countries was as a quid pro quo. Part of it was, we'll help you, we'll send our people, we'll send our drone interceptors, we'll help protect you from Iran, but we know that you've got Patriot batteries, and we need those Patriot missiles, which are $3 million a pop, which the U.S. only manufactures about 800 a year, and which we already have orders for double, near triple that have been outstanding for 4, 5, and 6 years, including to Taiwan. So President Zelensky has a problem in terms of Patriots. There are other options. They're far less expensive. In some respects, they're not as good. However, does it make a lot of sense to be shooting down a Shahed drone at $50,000 or $100,000, or cheaper drones or missiles or rockets from Russia using a $3 million projectile? And now, if you're one of those families that lost a child or lost a husband or wife, you don't care whether it's $3 million or $6 million. You just want it. One other aspect that happened, one other development, while the Russians did attack Ukraine, there are reports that Ukrainian attack killed 2 children in Russia. That's really, really unusual, because the Ukrainians go out of their way to try to do everything that the Russians don't do. So they try to stay away from civilian infrastructure where there are civilians. They attacked a train or a bridge, and there were some people killed there last year. But this, if this is accurate, this is new. And unfortunately for the Ukrainians, this is a gift from a propaganda standpoint to President Putin and the people that support the war in Russia, because now they can say, hey, look, Ukrainians kill children too.
But following these deadly strikes, Zelensky says that Russia doesn't deserve any easing of global policy or lifting of sanctions. I had a look into this, and we've been speaking about this amid the Iran war. Sanctions on Russia have actually not been lifted amid the Iran war. There's been some easing of policy, but we haven't seen this direct lift of sanctions. So what's actually going on? And is Zelensky on the right path here?
Well, he's on his path, and he believes his path is right and it's righteous. To sort of use an analogy with Secretary of Defense / War Hegseth, who is couching everything in religious terms these days. But President Zelensky feels that it's wrong for there to be any elasticity in terms of lessening the impact of what Russia has done to Ukraine upon Russia in terms of the economy. And, the United States did for 30 days relax the export of oil that was already on tankers floating around the world. That has not been extended. The Treasury Department did not extend that. And then there's the other reality, too. When President Zelensky talks about sanctions on Russia, he's not just talking about the European Union sanctions, but he's also talking about U.S. sanctions, and the EU sanctions they align, but also they don't align. And there are areas, for example, Belarus, where the EU has substantial sanctions on Belarus. The White House has been easing sanctions on Belarus. There are some elements to what Russia can import and export that are different than what the U.S. has versus the EU. So, President Zelensky is, he's correct in saying that there should be alignment with everybody, but unfortunately, there's a political reality, and that is every country, every head of state, and every head of government is going to look at their domestic constituencies, the voters, the taxpayers, differently. And they all have different needs. And we've just saw that take place in Hungary, where, we've replaced one conservative with another conservative whose alignment with the electorate may not be all that much different than Prime Minister Orban. But the way he goes about it may be different. But he has already said, I'm not voting for the loan to go through until the pipeline is repaired and operational. Originally, Ukrainians said, well, that's going to take, 2-3 months or whatever. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to be done within the next 10 days. So, we'll continue to see these realignment. But President Zelensky has got more of an uphill battle because we're now into year 5. And there is sort of an exhaustion. And then also we have what's happened in Iran, which has now impacted these countries, which has then thrown back the question, well, gee, maybe we do want to have some sort of energy reconnectivity with Russia because it's nearer and it might be cheaper.
And John, just a quick answer from you. Sorry, we are rapidly running out of time, but I just wanted to talk to you about Russia's foreign minister. Of course, he has been on a charm offensive in China ahead of Putin's trip there. Russia, of course, sells oil and gas to China at this discounted price because of sanction pressure on the country. Do you think that Moscow is the biggest winner out of this Iran war?
So far, yes, financially, no question. And, Foreign Minister Lavrov is going to be in Turkey Friday and Saturday for the Anatolia Diplomacy Forum, which he goes to every year. Ironically, the Foreign Minister of Ukraine also attends, but they never meet. But there's no question that Foreign Minister Lavrov is on this. Basically, it's a thank you tour, and China gets the biggest wet kiss possible because they're the ones that are truly keeping Russia afloat and keeping Russia's ability to finance the war, in its now 5th year.
And of course, Donald Trump did tweet yesterday, didn't he, that he was opening the Strait of Hormuz for China, and she was going to give him a big fat hug when he arrived in China. We can't forget about that. So China's getting a lot of love at the moment from.
And in another 3 weeks, and President Trump will be. It's going to be quite an optic. Does he hug she, or does she hug him? That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, I bet we all can't wait to see what happens at that very moment. John Cavalage, is always really good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Trump says Israel and Lebanon agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. The US warns its forces are ready to resume military operations at a moment's notice if Iran doesn't make a deal. And after deadly overnight attacks on Ukraine, President Zelensky says Russia doesn't deserve the lifting of any sanctions. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing this ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects. Among the largest globally were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the strategic investment portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the financial investment portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi Riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion Riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi Riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion Riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi Riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion Riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into 3 main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process, driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, And we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate, the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordow nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days. During which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan and Iraq, with the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes. The confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory. A move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of US ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending, a slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation, the riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple: what leaders are willing to compromise on and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs Chief Oil Analyst and Co-Head of Commodity Research, Dan Stryven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for a recovery in production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. We did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait, talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandab Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandab.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandab as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude. more broadly. So I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Mm-hmm. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia. But these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC's spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the east-west Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the east-west pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecast, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. Three reasons. One, in contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing the ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Joining us for this discussion is Natalie Tocci, Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali and Professor of Practice at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Bijan Kian is back with us, an Iranian-American businessman, former US official and president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Hamid Reza Gholamzadeh, Director of Diplo House and a Deputy of International Affairs at Tehran Municipality. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the fragile nature of this ceasefire is already evident. Just hours after it was announced, there were reports of violations, and there's further uncertainty around whether or not Israel is beholden to the pause. The Israeli military has continued to strike targets, including civilians in Lebanon, saying it's not part of the deal. Now, that's prompted Iran to announce that for a time they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again and have threatened to withdraw from the ceasefire agreement altogether if Israel continues its attacks. So, Hamid Reza, let's start with you. Is this the start of the end or just the end of the start of this conflict?
I think the start of the end, because Lebanon was part of the deal, and the Americans and Israelis are violating that part. It was mentioned by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, in his tweet that Lebanon and elsewhere, quote unquote, is part of the deal between Iran and the United States, and it is part of the ceasefire. But we are seeing that there has been attack against Lebanon by Israelis, and there has been some attacks against Iran as well. So it seems that we are not witnessing a real ceasefire on the ground from the very beginning of that.
Bijan, what do you make of that? Are the US and Israel already breaching this ceasefire?
Well, you know, let's start from the beginning of what happened. What happened was 47 years of hostilities from the Islamic Republic, who started the war in 1979. It's a mistake to think that the Israelis or United States started the war. So when you say start at the end or end to the start, I think we need to look back at what happened. 47 years of tyranny, of crime, of incompetence has left the entity Islamic Republic extremely weak, at its weakest point. Angry people because they killed 60,000 or more of their children. Angry neighbors because they threw missiles at them.
But if we just look at the today, if we just look at now, what do you think about this current ceasefire? Have there been mistakes made already?
You know, ceasefire was fragile yesterday. It's broken today, and no doubt about it. The situation is very, very temporary. Nothing has changed. I listened to Secretary Hegseth saying, we're staying around. We're not going anywhere. So don't celebrate. And for Islamic Republic in Iran to declare victory, it takes really over and above the intestinal fortitude they've shown for 47 years to claim victory when Trump issued a very rude threat, unconventional. We haven't had diplomatic language using expletives like that, which is the point of degradation. It's a point of insult. And the Islamic Republic, against that, showed amazing flexibility and caved. That's the short story. Nothing has changed. We'll see what happens. Today, I don't believe Islamic Republic has a way out. 60,000 grieving mothers are standing in front of this government and shouting, we don't want you.
It is fake news. There is no 60,000.
Everything is fake news for you. Of course, you get paid to lie, like your colleagues in the Islamic Republic.
Thank you for your accusation, but there is no document for that. And President Trump admitted that they had armed mothers.
Go talk to those mothers and tell them that you did not murder.
President Trump admitted arming the protesters and the rioters. You can talk to President Trump.
I don't expect you
and of course, Netanyahu also
okay, but Bijan, we have invited Ahmed Reza on to give his point of view, so we will respect it and give you a platform to express it.
He interrupted me, and I had to respond, but I am willing to listen to him. Whatever he says, he has zero value for what he says.
Okay. Maybe to you, but our audience may think differently on Counterpoints. We want to give all sides of the story. Natalie, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but let me just ask Ahmed Reza very quickly. Bijan said Iran caved, and if Secretary of War/Defense Hegseth says the US isn't going anywhere, well, if the US was victorious, why do they need to stay?
That's the point. If they were victorious, they did not need to explain their victory, and everyone would actually witness that. We are seeing many analysts, professors, politicians admitting that Iran has been the winner. So Americans announced regime change at the first goal. Then they moved the goalpost and they changed their objectives, and none of them has happened. From the day one, when they said that the regime change is the goal, everyone said that Iran's survival would be a winning for the country. And it has happened, but not only that has happened, the United States has accepted Iranian terms for the discussion and negotiation. So A winner, I doubt, would be accepting the loser's terms for negotiations. And that's what the Americans have accepted to discuss Iranians' 10 items for the negotiation. So I doubt that it would be correct to say that the Americans are the winners and Iran has been bowed down to the threats. We all know that they are running out of munitions for defensive equipment. And it was the Americans who asked for a ceasefire, not the Iranian side. So they can make their own narrative, but the reality on the ground is totally different.
Okay, Natalie, let me bring you in here. So fragile, less than 24 hours in, is it doomed to fail?
Well, I don't think it's doomed to fail, but I do think that there are different sets of incentives here, right? So it is fairly clear to me that regardless of what we think of the Islamic Republic of Iran, no matter what we and how much we may want to see it go or not go, that the truth of the matter is that it is true that it's the United States that wanted out, right? And the United States wanted out because it wasn't actually achieving its goals. I think there's this mistaken, this kind of confusion between, the show of military might and how many targets are hit and the fundamental strategic objectives of this war. And in this respect, I agree with what Hamid Reza was saying. I mean, either whether you look at it from the angle of regime change, nuclear, missile, and on top of it, you had something that didn't exist before the war, i.e. the de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz. And you look at it from any perspective, and so far, it doesn't mean that this will be the end point, but so far, it has been a strategic failure for the United States. I really think that analytically, despite what we would like to see happen, analytically, it's very difficult to argue that this is not the situation today. Now, the question, though, is whether this is a steady state. And not only because, as you were rightly saying, as we've seen over the course of this day, extremely fragile, but also because there's another actor that actually may not want to see this war end. And that other actor we haven't talked about yet is Israel, right? And I think that this almost sort of macabre play of is Lebanon part or not part of this deal is essentially aimed at Israel in the same way as Iran has basically tried to transform successfully this conflict in an asymmetric one, drawing in the Gulf. Israel is trying to do likewise when it comes to Lebanon. And given that Hezbollah did, quote unquote, stand up in this case for the Islamic Republic of Iran, it would probably feel that, and it would probably expect Iran to do likewise now, right? So now we basically, Israel that does not want to see an end of this war, essentially through the Lebanese route, trying to reignite war and therefore the breaking of the ceasefire.
I'm going to come to Lebanon specifically in a moment, but Bijan, I want your response to some of Natalie's comments there. Did the US want out, and has this been a strategic failure?
Who approached Pakistan, Professor, to ask for mediation? The United States or the Islamic Republic? I think your assumption that the United States wanted out, of course. Who wants to create a long war? United States doesn't want a long war, of course, without a doubt. But I ask you, Professor, this question. What I like to do is get away from Israel, which obviously you would like to condemn, and I like to get away from the United States for a moment and invite you to look at Iran. First of all, I like to correct your guest. Don't call it Iran. You represent Islamic Republic in Iran, not Iran. Iran is an old, ancient, glorious culture, and Islamic Republic, which you represent, is a 47-year-old delinquent juvenile. So, Professor, going back to Iran, do you believe that an Islamic Republic today is stronger in any way or weaker with killing its own people? Now, the number is disputed. Yes, you know, the distinguished guest says that this is a lie. It's fake news. I think people of Iran will not believe you. That's your problem. It doesn't matter. You can convince me. But, Professor, you have people who don't want a government. You have neighbors who've been attacked for no reason. You are weak. Your air force is gone. Your sky is in the control of foreign forces. What do you assess the durability or sustainability of such a government? You speak with such confidence that, it's Israel's war. No, it's the people of Iran's war against the tyrant government. Professor, what do you think? Do you think it's sustainable like this?
Is this a question to me or a question to Hamid Reza?
It's to you.
Okay, so I actually think that... Apologies. Yeah. I actually think that prior to the beginning of this war, indeed, the Islamic Republic of Iran was at its weakest point. And I think that particularly after the protests in January, for the first time, and I'm no Iran expert, right? But for the first time, I heard those that are Iran experts that were actually debating whether indeed it may be the beginning of the end. My sense is that what this war has done is that it's actually provided a new lease of life to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not, as I said, I'm trying to be analytical about it. It's not necessarily what Natalie wants to see happen.
Do you anticipate people of Iran forgiving this government? Do you anticipate?
I anticipate the people of Iran at this point in time being singularly focused on who has been most recently committing crimes against them. And tragically, as opposed to January, where it was indeed the Islamic Republic of Iran, tragically, who has been committing crimes most recently against them is the United States and Israel. And I don't think that Iranian citizens...
Your logic would not hold in your class, I'm afraid, to tell you. Your logic doesn't hold. You're ignoring the fact.
Why not? Elaborate on that. Why doesn't it hold?
Does not have legitimacy. You're ignoring that. And you're going to your own preferred status of the world, as you would like to define it.
No, listen, I'm an Italian citizen. I don't have skin in this game, right? So I'm simply looking at the situation.
Didn't you see the killing of the people, Professor?
And this is why I'm saying that in January, I actually thought that maybe this was a regime that was just one push away from implosion.
Nothing has changed.
What this war has done, it's actually provided a new lease of life.
Okay, yes, Hamid Reza, I wanted to put that to you.
Focus on that. The regime killed its own people. Focus on that.
What the gentleman is trying to do is what in academia they call it motivated reasoning and cognitive bias. He is so angry with the Islamic Republic that they are trying to detach it from the country of Iran. And he is ignoring the history that the American hostility against Iran.
The Iranian people have done that. I'm not doing it. They don't consider you.
In 1950s, there was no Islamic Republic, and the Americans staged a coup against the democratically elected government of Mossadegh. And the Pahlavi regime that this gentleman supports against the Islamic Republic.
We'll just let Hamid Reza finish his statement there.
Iran is the Islamic Republic is the government, the establishment who has improved the Iranian power. And if Iran is so weak, and it's at weakest point right now, and the Americans, who claim to be the strongest military in the world, have failed to achieve their goals against that and have failed in their military objective against that. So let's see how strong Iran is. That would be telling enough, I guess, to the audience. Regarding the January unrest, I should say that, yes, there have been some people killed, unfortunately. More than 3,000 people have been killed. Some of them have been killed by the security forces, and they have been terrorist groups. And majority of them were killed by the rioters and terrorist groups who, first of all, Mossad account has...
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You've both had your say on what's happened in January, but we don't have time to go back and to analyse the January situation. We've had both sides of that discussion. So I'm just going to put a pin in that and return us to this current ceasefire, because I don't want to get too distracted to go in and reanalyse January again. Natalie, I want to ask you if we can go back to the comments you made about Israel and Lebanon. The Pakistani Prime Minister says Lebanon was absolutely part of this deal. Israel says it wasn't. Do we run the risk now of Israel jeopardising the ceasefire? And can the US, do you think, with a global perspective, rein in Israel and bring them back into the fold here?
Well, as I said, I think that Israel's interest in this respect diverges from that of the United States. Israel, since the day after the 7th of October, has basically pursued a strategy. In a sense, it's a kind of almost a military doctrine of permanent war in the Middle East. And whether this is genocide in Gaza, ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, war and occupation in Lebanon, southwest Syria, attacks in Yemen, attacks in Iraq, and of course, war in Iran, we have basically, this has been a constant for Israel over the course of the last years. So I think, or maybe I should qualify, I don't necessarily think this is Israel's interest, but it's certainly Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister's interest. And of course, as we know, he is facing re-election this year. So I think his interest will be that of, in some shape or form, continuing this war. Now, he doesn't have the ability of going after Iran alone, right? And we have always seen the way in which he has tried to drag the United States in. Now, if the United States does not want to, at this point in time at least, pursue and continue war with Iran, the only available option for Netanyahu to continue a state of permanent war in the region is through Lebanon. And as I said, in the same way as Iran has pursued an asymmetric strategy in drawing in the Gulf, Israel, I think, is trying to do likewise by drawing in Lebanon. And through Lebanon, indirectly bringing the United States into a war in Iran, which is really what I think it is interested in. Now, is it going to succeed in doing so? Who knows? So far, the Israeli prime minister has been singularly effective in manipulating the United States president.
Bijan, is there a concern in your mind or in the US's mind that Israel could jeopardise the work that the US has done to return to the negotiating table here? Do you think the US can constrain Israel's objectives if they do, in fact, diverge from the United States?
Well, the test of rationality is for each actor to serve their own best interests, without a doubt. And that's the first principle which cannot be easily violated. Now, Israel would do what Israel needs to do to protect its people and its territory, without a doubt. Would Israel listen to the United States on what could serve that interest? Absolutely. I think Israel and the United States have the kind of relationship that I don't see a daylight at this moment. So when there is no daylight between Washington and Jerusalem, we see, not perfect harmony. Of course, not perfect harmony. There are disagreements, there are ups and downs. But I believe Israel would do what Israel needs to do, and the United States would do what the United States needs to do. The interests of the United States in the region, in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf region, and the Middle East in greater sense, remains the same. And the interest of United States allies, including Israel, remain the same.
Do you think, though, that the White House is going to be pretty put out to think that Israel could be derailing the hard work they've done to get Iran back to the table here?
It's not Israel that's derailing. Look at the list of the 10 demands put forward by the Islamic Republic. It's a list of impossibilities. Look at it. Take a look at it. And I asked the professor also to assess objectively, as I understand the point of interest for the professor is to beat up on Bibi and his political positioning. Understood. I get it. But I really want to invite you to take a look at these realities. What's complicating the peace process is unreasonable demands. What is the Islamic Republic saying? Essentially, leave Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis alone. Let them do what they are doing. I will continue to help them, and you cannot stop me. Promise you won't attack me, and lift all the sanctions. Sure, I think that's a dream list, but it will never happen. It will never happen. Not this coming Saturday. Never. That's my forecast. And people in the remaining, whatever is left of Islamic Republic, which I believe is not much, can celebrate a few days. We won, declare victory. They can continue the hallucinations. But the reality on the ground remains the same. Angry people, angry neighbors, diminished resources, almost diminished military power, nothing left. All evidenced by this free flying aircrafts in the Iranian sky. And Iran is different from Islamic Republic.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to our next segment because this leads really nicely onto it, about the specifics of this deal. Because after almost 6 weeks of destruction regionally and globally, economic chaos, we finally have what President Trump, even though you, Bijan, say it's a wish list, President Trump says it's a workable basis for ceasefire talks, which in itself, is interesting because Iran's 10-point plan contains numerous conditions the US had previously outright rejected. Now, both sides have claimed that the 2-week pause is a victory. So, Hamid Reza, I want to put it to you. What do you make of what Bijan was just saying there, that this is a wish list that is unattainable and it is not an achievable basis for a ceasefire?
I think President Trump has already answered to him. If it was as such, the United States would not accept it as a framework for discussion and would not principally accept the 10 items. So it seems that it is working that they are accepting. And the situation is difficult for the Americans and Israelis. Israeli regime is trying to, as Professor mentioned, it's trying to make it asymmetrical and moving the Lebanese front and away from the Iranian front, and wants to continue that war in order to survive the current situation. But the other side is that Americans need to stop this war because of the current situation. Yes, Iranian sky might be very open to the Americans, yet they have lost more than 10 aircrafts during the last week when they came to Isfahan, and before that, and there have been some targeting. And it seems to be improving for the Iranian side. So the situation, the conditions that Iran put in the item list is that Iran wants to end this war once and forever. It does not want to have the wrong cycle of having some attacks against ceasefire, attack against ceasefire, and it needs to be stopped. And Iran proved that its security economy through the Strait of Hormuz. So if the world and the Americans and the others want to benefit from the Strait of Hormuz, they need to guarantee the Iranian security. And these are intertwined, and then they cannot simply attack Iran anymore. So that's what Iran is trying to do.
Okay. Natalie, weigh in on this wish list or workable basis, this 10-point proposal. I mean, it is a maximalist demand from Iran. Is it almost the case that this is so maximalist that there's no way that this can be achievable? Is Iran effectively setting the US up to not be able to agree to any of this, and it's just going to snowball once again?
Well, I mean, it is maximalist, right? But I think that the fact that it's maximalist in a sense, goes back to our earlier discussion. It's maximalist because the way in which this war has gone has actually increased Iran's leverage in a negotiation with the United States compared to what it was prior to this war. So I think, in a sense, it's not so much a question of whether it's realistic or not. It's that this is the opening salvo, and the opening salvo is maximalist because of how the war went, right? So I think, to me, it's more a reflection of what has been happening over the last weeks rather than what will happen over the next few weeks. No, I don't think that these points as they are will be accepted. I also think that it's not very realistic. The point, though, is that if that is the basis of a negotiation and therefore of compromises, inevitably, if there's going to be an agreement, Iran will have to, in a sense, dial down somewhat. But it's dialing down from a benchmark that it has set, right? And this is what I think makes this negotiation tilted more in favor of Iran than the United States, as I said, in relative terms, compared to what it was prior to when this war began.
Bijan, I'm surprised that you haven't jumped on that.
No, I just wanted to say that the professor elegantly refers to the opening salvo, but Professor, how about the second strike capability? You can have a very strong opening salvo and nothing to back that one up with. So what do you think? Again, the reason I invite you to, because I have a lot of respect for your academic stance at very distinguished Johns Hopkins, but I'm not listening to a professor. I'm listening to a political activist, and you're doing a good job at that. So,
can I just interrupt you on this point? I think the problem, Bijan, this is you are mistaken.
The opening salvo cannot be backed.
You are confusing desire and analysis. We may actually agree on what we would like to see happen, but I'm not here to express, I don't think people watching are particularly interested in knowing what I would like to see happen. I'm here to trying to share my thoughts of what I do see happen. I may be wrong.
I get it.
It's not desire,
I get it.
It's analysis.
Professor, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for the academic reference. What I'm trying to say here to you is that this is a pause. You seem to be very definitive about what's going to come next, and that this list is really a very good beginning. They're going to dial down from this. When they do dial down, let's dig into it. What would they be arriving at? Which part of lift all the sanctions? Which part of let us continue supporting the 3H, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis? Which part of that can be dialed down? To what level? I don't understand. I'm asking for clarification. I don't believe it can be dialed down. I believe this is a list of impossibilities. It will go nowhere. But
Bijan, you've said on this program before that President Trump likes to go all in, ask for the world and more in his negotiating style, and then he works back from there. Has Iran not just learnt from the master?
Of course, but the difference, Melinda, is in the ability to deliver on a promise. Islamic Republic has not been able to deliver on its threat. Look, President Trump issued a very rude, very undiplomatic, condescending message and threatened the Islamic Republic, open the Strait of Hormuz or else. What did the Islamic Republic do? Caved. Do not forget that. This is an indication of the false claim that the Islamic Republic is ahead, and they're not. This is all.
So why President Trump accepted Iranian terms?
President Trump does what serves the best interest of the United States, and if he sees a pause being necessary at this point, for many reasons. If you want, I can tell you some of the reasons he may have done that. You may not going to like it, because, the President of the United States has power to engage a military operation for 60 days, and a pause resets the clock. That is not good news for you, and that is not good news for the Islamic Republic. But don't look for the reasons why, and don't read too much into it. He has not accepted the terms. The terms are not finalized.
He has mentioned it in his post. Man, you're talking for him. He has written that.
President Trump has not agreed to any of the terms, especially the ones I'm referring to. We'll see. I mean, you can make that claim today. Okay. You already declared victory.
I know that the American government does not fulfill its commitments and does not follow its agreements. We have experienced that within the JCPOA and within 2 times of negotiations with the Americans. So I don't need explanation about that. But he has written that it would be based, the negotiations would be based on Iranian terms. So if it was such, and if Iran had caved, and if they had the upper hand, he would not accept this.
You don't.
And Iran has prepared
understand the meaning of this is a workable frame. You take workable frame for an agreement. I'm sorry, you need to correct yourself. Workable frame is not the same as I've agreed to these.
That's a good point, Hamid Reza. I mean, he has said this is a workable basis. The president hasn't said we're going to take all of these on board. So this could be a very difficult and long, drawn-out, tense negotiation. It's very hard to negotiate successfully against President Trump.
It is not, because Iran has a good experience about that. But the point is that
Mm-hmm.
Am I supposed to answer or?
Yeah, go ahead, Ahmed Reza. Go ahead. We'd like to hear from you.
The point is that President Trump needed a ceasefire, and because of that, it accepted Iranian terms. And I'm quite sure, it is my analysis, I'm not telling as a fact, but I'm quite sure that the Americans would not adhere to their words, and they have already stepped back from that. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif mentioned and written his tweet that Lebanon is part of the deal. President Trump has said it is not part of that. So on the day one, they have a step back from their own words. Shahbaz Sharif is not Iran, is not Hezbollah, is not either of those H3. He is the mediator, and we are quite sure that he has been discussing the issue with both sides. And he admits, and he has written as the first person, that Lebanon is part of that. The Americans have a step back from that. So we are all quite sure that Americans would not fulfill their commitments, that they would not actually follow their words, and they would break it. And they're doing like that. But yes, it shows that the Americans needed the ceasefire, and for that necessity and their need, they accepted the Iranian terms to violate that in the future and to change it during the negotiations. And that's why he got mad at CNN for translating the 10 items that was issued by Iranian Supreme National Security Council, because it was revealing what Americans have accepted as the framework for the negotiations. I know that they have not accepted it fully, but they had accepted it as a framework. So he was angry because he could not hide the story and he could not step back easily. So that's why he attacked CNN and forced them to actually remove the news and to change the position. So yes, they needed.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question actually to Hamid Reza?
Please.
So I hear you say implicitly and explicitly Iran does not trust the United States, both because of the history, violation of the JCPOA, but also because of what has been happening essentially over the last year under the second Trump administration. So what I also hear you say is that fundamentally what Iran is after is some guarantee that basically this is not going to happen again, right? And presumably that's a guarantee that the United States cannot provide because you don't trust the United States. And this kind of leads to my question, which is a China-related question, right? Is this where you're looking for in terms of in a sense, trying to see who else could provide guarantees? Or is this simply a kind of very Western way of thinking about security guarantees? And in particular, if you could just comment on how you see China's role in all of this.
There has been some news about China, but I'm not sure about that, so I cannot comment on that, honestly. But it's not about who can guarantee, it's about what can guarantee that. And it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is the most important leverage to guarantee the situation, the security of the future of Iran. If the whole world is connected to the security of Iran, the whole world would stop Americans or Israelis from attacking Iran. And everyone would know that if there is another attack against Iran, everyone would lose because of that. So it seems that for Iran, the most pragmatic way of guaranteeing security is the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, one of the demands that Iran is making is removal of the American military bases from the region, because they are the source of the attacks against Iran. And by their removal, then the probability of attacks against Iran would be much less. I don't say that it would be zero. It's not like that, but it would degrade the possibility to a great extent. So these are the most important factors that Iran could see as the guarantors of the security.
Bijan, do you want to weigh in on any of that, or on how China may play into this?
I will ask the gentleman, you're a scholar and very smart person. Why don't you go back to the Islamic Republic and ask them the question? The people of Iran don't want you. Your own survey.
Which people are you talking about?
Islamic Ministry of Guidance conducted a survey that showed more than 73%, later on up to 90% of Iranians don't want the Islamic Republic. Why don't you just turn the power to the people It is not sustainable. You cannot kill every Iranian just to stay in power. It's unreasonable.
I understand.
Why don't you do that?
I understand your anger.
Announce a date.
I understand your anger. But which people are you talking
about? Okay, let Ahmed Reza respond to that question there.
Millions of people are on the streets supporting the government.
Let me finish.
Every night, millions of people are on the streets to support the government.
Okay, all right. Bijan, finish your question, and then we'll let Ahmed Reza respond.
There is a persistent problem. The persistent problem is a sea of blood between the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic. Islamic Republic's best choice is to test its own credibility and legitimacy. Turn it back to the people. That's the long-term solution. That's the best solution for the Iranians. Nobody wants destruction of Iran because, as you heard me say, Reza, I believe Iran is a country of thousands of years of culture and history.
Okay, we're getting close to the end of our debate, so I'm just going to cut you short there, Bijan. Ahmed Reza, a brief response to you, because we need to get back onto the global stage. I don't want to get bogged down in domestic elections too much, but a quick response.
I just couldn't lose the opportunity.
The response is that every night, hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people are on the streets of Iran, and they are supporting the government. They are people. He is ignoring that. There are some opposition. There's no denial of that. Every country has protesters and opposition. But millions of people are supporting the Islamic Republic. Tomorrow is the 40th. Tomorrow is the 40th day of the martyrdom of the Supreme Leader. And people are going to celebrate that, to have some ceremonies and some rituals about that. Just look at the footages tomorrow. Not long, less than 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, you can see how many people would commemorate the martyred leader. And that would be probably the peoples
because they're not afraid to be shot.
Okay, the videos.
They're your friends. They're not afraid to be shot.
All right. I'm going to need to interrupt you there. We're almost out of time, and I want to get a look at the global perspective on this, because President Trump has used America's might for a war with Iran that many US lawmakers say hasn't yet achieved its objectives, even though we've heard from the president that it has. And in the process, it has perhaps revealed some limitations to maybe America's power or America's leverage that, as we've been discussing, has certainly come to the notice of Beijing and potentially Moscow. We've also seen the president calling into question NATO's Article 5 Mutual Defence Pact. We had NATO allies not rushing to the US defence when they called to rally the troops towards the Strait of Hormuz. So, Natalie, has this conflict strengthened or damaged America's global standing with their traditional allies?
Well, I think there's no question about it that there has been a very significant weakening of the credibility of the United States. Now, of course, this is just a latest iteration, right? It has started with the US betrayal over Ukraine, its threats to annex Greenland, tariffs. So in a sense, this is just the latest iteration. And of course, it's not the first time that Trump threatens NATO, says he wants to leave NATO, and sort of belittles Europeans at every useful opportunity. Now, I think what's interesting, though, in the context of this war is that when the war began, actually, with the exception of a few countries, and in particular Spain, Norway, but I would say the mainstream of European countries tilted more in favor of the US. What you have ended up seeing is, over the course of this war, as basically Trump's declarations, particularly those of the last few days, became particularly unhinged, as those threats to NATO came in, as the war has gone in the way in which we have been discussing, you see that sort of mainstream European consensus turning really rather radically against this war, right? I'm talking here about government. Public opinion was always against the war, so that was never really an issue. So in a sense, in the journey, if you take two extremes, on one extreme you have, let's say, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, a kind of, sycophant in chief, and on the other end, you have, Pedro Sanchez, Spanish Prime Minister, in a sense, opposition in chief. You have that European consensus shifting from, in a sense, seeing Trump as daddy, quote unquote, in the way in which Rutte had described him, to viewing him far more as baddie, in the way in which Sanchez would describe him.
Bijan, have some of those recent comments, social media posts, turned a bit of the tide against the president, do you think? Has it damaged perhaps what some may have seen as important work?
President Trump is a fighter. He's been fighting against a lot of things that a lot of people don't want to see. He's breaking the rules left and right, making many people angry, including some of his former supporters. So this is his way of governance. This is how he is ruling in his position, and he uses his authority within the law to be the way he is.
And now, how do you think that's impacting his global standing? Do you think people look at and respect the strength, or do they look at it and are concerned maybe by the volatility?
Europe in general doesn't have to worry about defense if the bulk of the expenses for its defense is paid by the United States. But Europe doesn't feel in any way a responsibility to be in a reciprocating position. And that's where President Trump runs into problem with Europe. But I believe we have a very good relationship still with Europe. It will continue. President Trump talks one way and acts another. I think overall, President Trump is suffering from, declining popularity on many fronts. But you cannot say that declining popularity has actually cut into his power. He is doing what he's doing. Yesterday, he made a very, very sharp threat, and he got what he wanted. He was very specific. He said, open the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't say anything else, just one thing, and he got it. So if you don't count that as a victory, as a success, I don't know what would.
Mm-hmm. And to the best of my knowledge, the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
To decide. Just wait.
All right, Ahmed Reza, wrap us up here. How do you see the president's actions and Iran's actions impacting the perspective of global leaders?
I think Professor was to mention that Strait of Hormuz is not open and it is closed. And I think that would be telling enough that the American threat, the President Trump's threat, did not work. And actually what his threat was a war crime. And many Americans, politicians, public people have condemned his threat. And it was a war crime, actually, the language he used. And so it is not something to brag about. I would say that Iran has gained some momentum in the global scene and changing to a world power. And the Americans are losing their power. And the decline of the U.S. power has been clear to the whole world. The military power was the last battlefield for the Americans to claim that they have power, and they have lost that as well. So the myth of F-35s or the navies or the A-10s, such things have evaporated, and the whole world knows that they can be damaged and they can be defeated. So I would not believe that the Chinese would consider the Americans very strong anymore, or the Europeans would continue to rely on American power in their military power, actually.
We're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there.
Nice hallucination.
Oh, well, I was about to wrap us up because I know that Ahmed Reza's battery was about to die, and I wanted us to be able to say farewell to him before it did, but we seem to have just lost him. So we will leave it there, although I will say that I'm sure that President Trump would have a very strongly worded social media post against a lot of what Ahmed Reza said there about the US standing on the global stage. But we don't have time to get into it. Natalie Tocci, Director of Istituto Affari Internazionali, thank thank you for being here. Bijan Kian, former US official and president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And we just lost Hamid Reza Gholamzadeh, director of Diplo House. Thank you to all of you. Interesting times ahead. Let's see where it leads us. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. There are plenty there on the Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
But in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says Israel and Lebanon agree to a 10-day ceasefire. The US warns its forces are ready to resume military operations at a moment's notice if Iran doesn't make a deal. After deadly overnight attacks on Ukraine, President Zelensky says Russia doesn't deserve the lifting of any sanctions. President Donald Trump has announced a 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel that begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. He made the announcement on Truth Social, saying, "I just had excellent conversations with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu of Israel. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire." He goes on to add, "It has been my honor to solve 9 wars across the world, and this will be my 10th. So let's get it done." He then posted he's invited both leaders to the White House for the first talks since 1983. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Shane and Gemma, great to have you on the show. Shane, let's begin with you. So some good news, a 10-day ceasefire has been announced by President Donald Trump. What more do we know?
Well, yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic about this because we've had quite a dramatic day just on this top story. First of all, we were looking at there was going to be talks between the Lebanese president and the Israeli prime minister. Then it was looking like those were off. And I think one of the stumbling blocks, according to the reports, was that there needed to be a ceasefire ahead of the talks. So I think we kind of look like we've got progress in terms of a 10-day ceasefire. So what they're saying now, the next step is going to be that the US Vice President J.D. Vance and the Secretary of State Marco Rubio will talk to both countries, and they'll do the preliminary chats. And like you said, then Donald Trump has said that there will be a White House get-together, which we hope will then lead to something substantial. I think There has been a lot of sort of steps that have led up to this. On Tuesday, we had the Israeli and the Lebanese officials met in Washington at a lower level, but this was significant because it was the first time the two countries had met since 1993. So things have sort of moved along quite quickly. There was a lot of talk as well from the Israeli side that there was going to be talks, and like I said, that the stumbling block was, will there be a ceasefire, which has now been announced by Donald Trump. So it is a positive move. Obviously, the sort of fly in the ointment is Hezbollah are not keen on this, which is obviously linked to Iran, and I think. We were talking about this earlier, but it just occurred to me that maybe the possible reason why Iran is not keen on a ceasefire, and a sort of positive outcome in terms of the Israel-Lebanon situation is because that they can't really then use that as a bargaining chip on the sort of main stage, which is obviously the US and Israel versus Iran. So, but I think this is a positive step, and it kind of sets the ground for the main Iranian talks, which will hopefully be in the coming days, and that the main ceasefire will withstand, and we will hopefully see peace in the region. So I am feeling very optimistic, I have to say.
So you're feeling optimistic. I want to say what Hezbollah has had to say. They say presence of Israeli troops on Lebanese territory grants Lebanon and its people the right to resist. So Hezbollah is still saying that the concern right now for the Lebanese government and for Hezbollah is, of course, the presence of Israeli troops in their territory. And Gemma, up until now, we've seen Israel continuously bombard Lebanon with whole villages destroyed and dozens more killed. So there must be some relief tonight. But at the same time, Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon kills 7, wounds 33, according to the health ministry. And that happened just hours after Trump's announcement of this 10-day ceasefire.
Yeah, we have to imagine that any news of a ceasefire must surely be welcomed by the people of Lebanon, but they would probably want to hold off their celebrations until there is a legitimate and prolonged period of peace. You know, right now we're looking at 10 days. Now, Shane is optimistic, which is always nice to hear, but there are still so many areas in which both sides are unaligned. Obviously, Israel wants to dismantle Hezbollah, which is largely an impossibility, you know, looking at it from an ideological standpoint, and create that security buffer in southern Lebanon. And Lebanon wants an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal, and this is important, withdrawal of Israeli forces, which, you know, you just said. Now, just before the ceasefire, Israeli forces were still actively striking what it says are Hezbollah targets. So, you know, right up until the 11th hour, they were still carrying out these strikes. And Hezbollah said it would only respect the ceasefire if Israel fully stops. Now, in the last 48 hours, Israeli airstrikes have killed multiple people across southern Lebanon. They've also destroyed the last functioning bridge, which crosses the Litani River. Now, that's cut off massive parts of southern Lebanon. And we have to remember there are people trying to escape this region. So since early March, these are figures, around 2,000 people have reportedly been killed and over 1.2 million people displaced. Now, that's 20% of the population. And UN officials have called this the fastest growing displacement crisis in the world right now. Now, in addition to airstrikes, we are seeing a campaign by the Israeli army with videos posted online of a systemic campaign to demolish entire villages as part of its invasion of southern Lebanon. Now, this is called domicide, and it's a military tactic whereby they rig houses and blow them up to destroy and damage civilian housing in order to render entire areas uninhabitable. It's also designated a war crime. So a ceasefire, fantastic for the people of Lebanon right now, and, you know, here's hoping that it holds.
And it's really interesting, because Shane, I'm going to come back to you, because I know that you were extremely optimistic about the ceasefire 10 days that has been announced by President Donald Trump. But he also put on his Truth Social post that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to meet the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun in the White House. That's something that Donald Trump is saying. But a lot of people are now saying, analysts especially, that the likelihood of this happening is actually slim, because it's so politically sensitive in Lebanon right now. Because we must remember, just a week ago, when the US agreed that ceasefire with Iran, many people in Lebanon thought that was time for them to have a halt in fighting. Instead, they were bombed significantly. 350 people died. So a lot of people in Lebanon are saying they'll be angry if the president goes to the White House and meets Netanyahu under these circumstances.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It was pretty disgraceful what happened in terms of Lebanon in terms of the main ceasefire, and the fact that it was seen as a small detail that hadn't been sorted out, which just sounds unbelievable. And I did post that after last week's show, and the amount of people that contact me saying, yeah, this is absolutely outrageous, the way Lebanon has been treated in terms of the overall warfare in terms of Iran and the US and Israel. So I agree with you that people have every right in Lebanon to be angry and possibly questioning why is their leader going to Washington. But I think when you're in the middle of warfare, you need to put your emotions aside, and sometimes you need to go and sit down with people that you despise if you're going to get long-term peace. And not doing that is not really an option if you want to get to a better place. And in the same way, I don't mean to badger on the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland. If people had taken that approach, that would never have happened. And I think, yes, they've every right to be annoyed, but I think it's the only way forward.
Indeed. Well, let's see what the next few days brings us when it comes to Israel and Lebanon. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story now. And the United States top U.S. general has said the U.S. forces are ready to resume combat operations against Iran at a moment's notice. He made the remarks alongside Secretary of War Pete Hegseth during a briefing that was held earlier today. Hegseth also said that he hopes Iran chooses a deal which is within its grasp. Take a listen.
As our negotiators have said, Iran, can choose a prosperous future, a golden bridge, and we hope that you do for the people of Iran. In the meantime, and for as long as it takes, we will maintain this blockade, successful blockade. But if Iran chooses poorly, then they will have a blockade and bombs dropping on infrastructure, power, and energy. And at the same time, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and our friends over at Treasury are launching Operation Economic Fury as well, maximizing economic pressure across the entirety of the government. To Iran, choose wisely.
Gemma, there is a few more days now left of this 2-week ceasefire. It ends mid-next week. We obviously just saw Pete Hegseth there, quite an aggressive press conference that he gave out. Does this language from him suggest the war will resume as soon as Wednesday, or is it just maximum pressure they're putting on Iran?
Yeah, it's his language, his warnings, the development of the military strikes into a blockade. It does make me wonder what's going to happen, as you said, when the ceasefire ends, which is kind of around the 22nd. So, round next Tuesday and Wednesday. Although I do think ceasefire has been quite an optimistic word for this kind of strange limbo that the region has been held in. I'd call it less a ceasefire and more a sort of pause with myriad conditions. Now, Hegseth's choice of words, it does sound like he's itching to start, launching missiles again, but he is known known for his, harsh rhetoric and his grandstanding. I think right now it's kind of safe to say that nobody really knows what will happen, but we can, consider some possibilities. Let's look at the signs the US could continue the war after the end of the ceasefire. They've expanded their naval blockade on Iran. Their threat that they are, quote, locked and loaded if Iran doesn't agree to their terms. And thirdly, the fact the US has not formally committed to extending the ceasefire. There hasn't been any talk, there's going to be another 10 days, another 2 weeks, or even longer. Then we've got the signs that the US might not resume its war, obviously, which really does centre around the diplomacy and the diplomatic efforts by the likes of Turkey and Pakistan, who have, whilst not been wildly optimistic, they have erred on the side of optimism when they talk about how these talks are progressing. And I also think the fact that the ceasefire was agreed after the US said it had achieved many of its military goals. So perhaps, we're hoping that that was enough from that side of things, from the military side of things. And now, as he said, they're moving on to an economic blockade.
Yeah, that's something I picked up on too, because I do think the US has probably achieved its military aims inside of Lebanon. Now he's calling it economic fury to get that leverage on the Iranian economy. But Shane, we must have a look at the messaging coming out of Pakistan right now. Is that the US and Iran are indeed willing to engage in talks. We have obviously seen a Pakistani delegation in Tehran. Where do these diplomatic efforts currently stand? Because there's a big diplomatic push even in the Middle East region.
Yeah, so I think it's probably best to look at Pakistan because, like you said, they're the moderators, and they're not going to be used these sort of bombastic statements that we see coming out from Trump and from Tehran. But yeah, Pakistan's army chief was in Tehran on Wednesday to sort of give the position of the US and what both sides are thinking. And the issues that were obviously at the forefront is the issue of nuclear weapons and obviously the Strait of Hormuz. So on both of those issues, there does seem to be some sort of movement. Reuters reported that some senior Iranian officials had told them that there was greater hopes that the ceasefire would prevail and that there would be some steps made on both of these issues. And so, if you look at, for example, the nuclear power issue, the Iranian sources have said that they're willing to hand over some of the highly enriched uranium stockpiles. And on the issue of the timelines, apparently the disagreement was that the US wanted 20 years. And Tehran was offering sort of 3 to 5 that they wouldn't engage in any sort of nuclear weaponing. And there has been reports coming out of, well, not even reports. Trump was just talking to reporters before we came on air, and he was saying that they were going to agree to 20 years. But I'm just looking at the Reuters feed that we have running at the moment. Iran has not responded to what Trump has said. And we have seen in the past, obviously, when he originally spoke, that there was, brilliant and excellent and, amazing talks going on. And then Iran came out and said, well, I don't know who you're talking to because you're not talking to us. So I'm kind of hoping that by the end of the show, we don't see Iran coming out and, rebuffing what Trump has said and, the movements that have been made on both sides in terms of nuclear power. And in the Straits of Hormuz, the sources had said as well that they were willing to allow ships to use the Omani half of the waters going through the Straits. So I think if both of those issues can be resolved, then that will be a positive move. And Donald Trump had said that he foresees that there could be a deal done in Islamabad this weekend, and that if that happens, he will personally fly out to oversee it. So again, I want to be optimistic that that's going to happen. But I think we just need to watch all of the news that comes out of Iran, whether they sort of are positive on what Trump is saying and endorse it, or whether they, as we've seen before, whether they come out and completely reject it. In terms of Hegseth, I'm not a huge fan of his. I kind of just see him as the war Ken doll, and I don't really take him seriously. But when he was saying like Operation Economic Fury, well, if you just look at the reaction to a lot smarter oil analysts. The price of oil has gone up 5%, and I wouldn't be surprised by the time I get to work tomorrow morning, it's over 100. So that's not a good sign. And even to show that how serious they're taking this, the Trump administration is meeting with a lot of the oil companies in Washington to see if they can drill a bit more to get the price to come down. Which at the end of the day, that's what impacts MAGA voters. So there's a lot going on, but I really, really hope that we don't see a rebuttal by the Iranian side by the end of the show tonight. So there's a lot to play.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to play, the deluge of diplomacy. But, Gemma, I want to bring you some lines that Donald Trump was saying today. He said, "We are dealing nicely with Iran. We have a very good relationship with Iran right now," is what he said. Iran has agreed to never have a nuclear weapon. But that's something that I want to drill into a little bit more, because Iran has always said it doesn't want a nuclear weapon. Iran says it just wants to enrich uranium for civilian purposes. Obviously, the grade of enrichment, which we've seen in the past from Iran, is so much higher than what would be needed for civilian purposes. But right now, do you think this is the main sticking point when it comes to these talks? And of course, Donald Trump has to get a better deal than Obama did, because we know that Donald Trump likes to win.
We have to always wonder with the things that Trump says, what the ulterior motive here is. And we've seen time and time again that when he makes positive statements, the markets react. So, is he just saying this in order to calm the markets? Because we've spoken about how we're getting these up and down spikes, which is sort of stressing everyone out. Do I think the uranium issue is one of the main sticking points? Absolutely, but I also think the Strait of Hormuz is obviously another huge contention. Obviously the greater regional issues, but yeah, I'm always sort of wondering when Trump says positive things, when the outlook doesn't look that positive, what his ulterior motive is.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, because lots of people have always said that. Donald Trump seems to say positive things on a Monday morning following strikes on Iran over the weekend ahead of the opening of the market. I can see Shane laughing because he does understand that analysis that has been brought up throughout this war. But I just want to bring you one final line. US oil bosses warned Donald Trump to stand firm against Iran's Hormuz toll. And that's according to the FT. Shane, just quickly reaction to that, because we have heard about this toll time and time again. It's been unconfirmed, but, lots of rumours about how much Iran is charging certain ships to get through.
Yeah, this is part of the whole meeting with the Trump administration in Washington with the energy officials. I don't think the toll is going to happen purely because a lot of the Gulf states, which are, around the strait, are not in favour of that, and that has been sort of made by analysts. So I don't think that's going to happen. But just like Gemma said, Trump has to get a better deal than Obama, because then you think, what was the point of the war? Because before the war, it was free to use the strait, and the global economy was, in a relatively okay state. And as you said, with nuclear power, Iran had previously said, it wasn't going to pursue that. So if we get a deal that is not better than Obama and we end up in tolls, then you kind of think, what was the point?
Yeah, exactly. Donald Trump needs to come up with a big win here and make that point and get a much better deal than was in place before. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said Russia does not deserve the lifting of any sanctions after it targeted Ukraine with deadly overnight strikes. 700 Russian drones and 19 ballistic missiles targeted Kiev and other regions, killing 16 people. President of the European Commission Council, Antonio Costa, has also condemned the horrendous attacks. Shane, let's begin with you, because obviously we must remember there was this Easter ceasefire that was in place between Russia and Ukraine, marking Orthodox Easter on the calendar. So this attack comes after that ceasefire appears to have ended. So what more do we know about the latest deadly attacks?
Yeah, so like you said, there was this sort of mini ceasefire, but in the most recent attacks, there was 700 drones and missiles that Russia sent at Ukraine, which just puts you into context when you see that there was about 2,000, I think, sent from Iran over the 30 days or more to the UAE, and you kind of forget the scale of the Ukraine war as well, as it's now been sort of overshadowed and sort of reduced to like even story number 3 in our regard. But there's still people dying as a result of this war. There is 17 people in these initial attacks, and there was videos that have been showing of missiles going into apartment blocks. So this war has been dragging on for years, since 2022. So we're on to like nearly 4 years. So but they are very intricately linked economically, and even what Hegseth said about Operation Economic Fury, because what happens in Iran directly impacts what happens in Ukraine, and it's in the best interest of Russia for the Iranian war to continue as long as the Ukraine war has, because the Iran war is economically benefiting Russia in terms of, like I said, it's a 5% rise in the oil. And it's benefiting the Russian economy, which was starting to buckle, and even there's been recent reports of the deficit that Moscow was running is starting to be reduced. We had reports in previous shows months ago that Trump was trying to stop India for buying Russian oil. That's has been off the cards now as well. And we've seen Russia offering discounted oil to a lot of countries because of what's happening in the Straits and the lack of supply that is coming from there. So yes, there has been these attacks on Ukraine, and I think these are likely to continue and intensify. And I think Moscow will be looking at Islamabad and hoping there is no ceasefire and there is no agreement, and Donald Trump stays in Washington.
And it's interesting because we're just getting a breaking news line now. It's an exclusive. It says US officials inform European countries of weapon delivery delays amid Iran war. And this is something that President Zelensky has been extremely concerned about, because we saw Russia launch ballistic missiles, but Ukraine has been saying for months, and going to European countries, to Germany recently, saying we have none of these Patriot defense systems left. We're desperately low, and that's putting us in a really difficult situation. And this is why we are seeing the death toll in Ukraine from ballistic missiles like we did this morning. But Gemma, Zelensky has also said Russia don't deserve the lifting of sanctions, and says they are betting on war. Almost what Shane was just echoing there. Is Russia really using the Iran conflict to its own advantage now?
100%. Moscow is exploiting the situation whilst avoiding, in their part, any major risks. So it's a hands-off approach that is benefiting them. Now, their biggest advantage right now, which Shane did touch on, is economic. Now, the war has pushed oil and gas prices higher, and that directly boosts Russian revenues and has become a major financial lifeline, because, yes, their economy, depending on who you believe, had either stagnated or was completely on its knees, and now they've had this cash injection to the tune of billions, because they can leverage, their energy supplies, especially when it comes to Europe, because if Middle East supply is unstable, countries are forced to look elsewhere, and Russia is going to be one of those places they look. Now, the conflict also in Iran has shifted away attention. Ukraine was making front page news, the war in Ukraine, and now it's been relegated because the attention has been shifted. Now, additionally, Russia is strengthening their ties with Iran. They've always been allies, amid allegations as well that they are potentially supplying Iran with, military information, especially with regards to who they were targeting when they were firing missiles. Now, whilst they're gaining right now, economically and strategically, this position really does depend on how long the war lasts and how it eventually plays out. A wider war could destabilize the oil markets, make it very unpredictable. Or if Iran is seriously weakened, Russia could lose a key ally. And in addition to that, if the chaos does, the war does expand and draws in other territories, this can spill over into other key Russian allies, such as Syria. So at the moment, yes, they are benefiting economically and strategically, but it really does depend on whether the ceasefire continues and what happens after that.
And it's so interesting right now because we talk about Russian allies. And I was just having a think when you said that, just to wrap up the segment. Hungary, Viktor Orban's gone, obviously a Russian ally. We also have a look at Venezuela, a Russian ally. There's been a change. Maduro, obviously, and now in custody in the US. Syria, Bashar al-Assad, obviously an ally of the Russian president. That has also changed. So there has been quite a lot of change for Russia when it comes to allies in the region and in the wider globe. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And this is all about AI. A number of AI-generated Lego-style clips mocking the US President Donald Trump have been going viral around the world as the war against Iran continues. Although the clips made by Iranian artist Explosive Media have been taken off YouTube for containing violent content, they continue to circulate on social media sites like X and Telegram. Iran's foreign ministry has criticized the removal, accusing YouTube of suppressing the truth about the war. Gemma, this is really interesting because I'm sure all of us have seen these videos online, the AI ones. What's your take on this AI war? And some people are calling it Iran's virtual victory. But Iran's always been good at propaganda.
It is true, they've always been good at propaganda, but I think they have shocked, particularly the Western world, with how good they actually are, which I'd like to get on to in a minute. This is being called meme warfare. Now, I thought I had heard all manner of different warfares, but this is a new one, and it highlights a bigger shift. So wars which are being fought militarily and physically are also now being fought digitally. And as a government, you overlook this at your peril. You overlook the power of meme propaganda. Now, both sides, they're using these viral videos, satire, and it's influencer-style messaging, which obviously is targeting a younger demographic. Now, what I think is most interesting about this is that there's such a novelty factor, because who would have expected this from Iran? This is a hard-line Islamic regime. And obviously, we're seeing them using humor, satire, Western pop culture references, and it's really unexpected. And so these videos are not just in some dark corner of the internet. They're being seen on, Facebook and X by, your mother, by your auntie, by your uncle. So the message is really reaching very far. Now, the popularity also means that it goes beyond political. Obviously, political analysts are keeping an eye on Iranian propaganda, but this now moves beyond, politics. It's become mainstream, and it shows a really deep understanding of not only internet culture, but also how to go viral. Now, in comparison, US messaging has been mixed. It can appear awkward because they mix memes with official messaging. So it's like there isn't a consistency there, which we're getting from this Iranian propaganda. And it makes the US not as agile or culturally tuned in. And for a large swathe and for younger generations, being culturally, tuned in is a huge part of whether or not you're going to get your messaging across to them.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The fact that Iran has tapped into this Western pop culture has been absolutely fascinating. And many people are saying Iran is beating the US, which is, of course, the land of tech bros. And we've been talking about tech bros for ages. features. So the tech bros are definitely not on top of this AI game. But Shane, we've previously seen the White House releasing their own videos, as Gemma said, but they don't seem to have responded to the latest ones. All of a sudden, the White House has been pretty quiet. I don't know if it's after the fact that Donald Trump posted that AI image of him as Jesus, which actually he claimed he was a doctor, so it caused a bit of a crisis, I would say, within White House comms. So, what do you think's up with the White House? They're very quiet.
I think, I was going to say that he can't really take on the Lego Iranians when he's sort of going after the Pope and Catholics, even though they make up the majority of his MAGA voters. So it is a strange one because you don't really sort of see this Trump administration or the White House for, turn the cheek and forget about it. But I think it must be a case of that they're just slightly overwhelmed, or they're probably just looking at these Lego videos and thinking, actually, these are really good. We need to, up our game. Because if you look at some of the, like, as Gemma said, some of the early White House stuff that came out when they used, clips of Iron Man and Superman and various other sort of icons, they looked a little bit amateur, not even just a little, very, very amateur. And you kind of think America, which brought us Hollywood and Disney, they can do a lot better than this. And the BBC interviewed what they called Mr. Explosive, which is the guy behind these Lego creations, and he did sort of claim that he was independent and that Tehran was just a client of his. And I think the company only has about like 10 employees, but you can just imagine how that conversation went if you take up the your phone and go like, yeah, this is Tehran, we'd like a couple of Lego videos. It's just quite baffling. But I think this has been going on for quite a while. If you look at like Russia, who we mentioned before, was very sort of forward in terms of Facebook, and there was all the claims of electioneering and manipulation. Now we've seen Iran doing really cheap videos. So the White House, on one side, you could say it's not very presidential, and it looks quite bad to be getting into these videos. But if you're going to do them, do them well. Like, get Steven Spielberg or somebody like that to do something halfway decent.
But I also think that when I watch those Lego videos, they are amusing to such an extent. I'm sure Donald Trump is not best pleased when he sees those either. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Shane, I absolutely love your story because it's something that I had forgotten about, and then it rejigged my memory. But yours is about the end of the house party. And I feel so sad about this because we would have all gone to house parties, of course, just a few years ago. They were the big craze. So what's the reason behind the fact that no one wants to go to a house party?
I know, if all three of us want to feel really old, the fact that this is sort of demising, it's basically to do with Gen Z. It's always to do with Gen Z. Nearly did an expletive there, but I forgot it's live TV. Basically, this is anyone who was born between 1997 and 2012. And there was a psychologist who was on one of the American media, and he came up with a theory that the reason they're not going to house parties is about threefold. One, because they were all sort of stuck during their sort of early years in COVID, and mass sort of group gatherings are now sort of frowned upon. And two, the only reason there was really house parties, let's be honest, is because you had sort of cheap malt-based beverages, we'll call them. They're not as popular with the current generation, so they don't really need to be, going to houses. They can go out to the gyms and the coffee shops and the tech bros, wherever they hang out. But then the other reason is social media, because obviously if you go to a house party, you could have any sort of life-changing experiences and stuff that you can sort of put in your diary like you used to be able in those days. But nowadays, if someone jumps off your roof into the pool or runs semi-naked around the house, it's going to be caught on camera, and it's going to be on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, or whatever. And so this is another reason why Gen Z doesn't want to go to house parties. But do you know what? I think it's the complete wrong decision, and we're just going to end up with a lot of socially awkward underdeveloped adults as a result.
Well, Gemma, I don't know about you.
Do you know what's fun? Do you know what made me giggle about this story is people are on Reddit saying, did these parties really happen? Like, they genuinely think it's a myth. They can't get their head around the fact that it was real. They think it's something that they only saw in films. And so you've got all these young people saying, did this really happen? You know, which I think is crazy.
That is absolutely crazy. All I can say is I'm so glad that in my young 20s and teens, there were no mobile phones that could film anything at that time. You know, we had the classic flip phone that we thought was really cool. But house parties, I just want to say something, guys, bring them back. Best thing ever. Best thing ever. And of course, you know, you can always go and eat out of someone else's kitchen, which is always a good thing at about 4 a.m. in the morning. And Gemma, there's also been another story, and it's actually a really interesting one because it's about the surge in the number of people with red hair, which I find fascinating because my mother, my sister, my nephew, my cousins, all red hair. I'm the only one without it in my family. Yeah, and I always thought maybe I dodged the bullet, but so why is red hair?
Well, it's a redhead renaissance, or as I like to call it, justice for gingers, Leigh Ann. So your family can rejoice. But it does mean they're not so special anymore because there are more and more redheads. So this is a study by Harvard University, and it was found that the numbers of redheads are increasing thanks to natural selection. Now, this research was massive. So they analysed ancient DNA from nearly 16,000 people across 10,000 years. Now, this is across Europe and parts of the Middle East. And it showed that over the past 10,000 years, that what they call the ginger gene has become more common among Europeans. Now, additionally, what's really interesting is, perhaps common knowledge has it that we as humans, we've stopped evolving. You know, we've reached kind of peak human evolution, and there's nothing else for us no other places for us to evolve. But these findings found that we are still evolving in quite interesting ways. So the red hair is just one of them. Now, we now have a lower chance of male pattern baldness. So good news for you, Shane.
Yeah.
You know, if that's on your cards. We have also evolved, and I found this quite amusing, a faster walking pace. So my sister will be very pleased because she is one of the world's fastest walkers. So she is clearly way more evolved than I am. Obviously, higher intelligence, which is always nice to hear, and a susceptibility to celiac disease, which researchers say dates back to when we started farming. We started farming things like wheat. So good news is redhead renaissance, and we are still evolving.
I feel like that's absolutely amazing. Shane, I'm not convinced about the celiac situation. I also think that was evolution through Gen Z. They stopped house partying and stopped eating wheat. Gluten.
If you believe every American movie, every single person in Ireland is a redhead, and they are actually very, very rare. But the thing is that with red hair comes freckles. Where do you stand on the freckle debate?
Well, you know, I said that my whole family is redheads. Obviously, my mum, my sister, my cousins. I got a different colour hair and different colour skin, slightly olive, but I'm covered in freckles. So the one thing I got from my mum was I'm like head to toe in freckles. But I actually quite like the freckle gene. I think freckles are lovely. I don't know what you think, Gemma, but I always think it's quite nice that I got a bit of the redhead freckle in me.
Leigh Ann, people get freckles tattooed on. So you are clearly an absolute, you know, a trend leader. So, yeah, long live the freckles.
And I actually think, I hope that, you know, a lot of people appreciate the gingers out there, because if my sister was on the show, she would say it was not easy in school to be the only ginger. So lots of love to all the gingers watching. We're glad there's more of you now. Anyway, thanks to our guest, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley, and the correspondent and columnist, Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
for in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as President Donald Trump hails this week's unprecedented dialogue between Israel and Lebanon, we assess the chances of that dialogue paving the way for peace. The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth warns that if Iran does not agree to a peace deal, then the US is ready to restart combat operations immediately. And with the clock ticking ahead of the November midterms, we examine how the ongoing war and the key issue of affordability could affect the chances of President Trump and his Republican Party. Hello and welcome to the programme. With just a week to go before the US-Iran ceasefire expires, the big question now is, can Tehran and Washington get a deal over the line? Well, Iranian officials were in talks today in Tehran with Pakistan's military chief, discussing messages exchanged with the United States. All of this comes after the US President Donald Trump struck an optimistic tone yesterday, saying that he believes an agreement is within reach. But there are still some sticking points, notably around nuclear enrichment and the possible reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, experts say that these very issues could slow things down. Well, let's bring into the conversation Aaron David Miller, who is a former Middle East peace negotiator who joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you. Let's start by talking about the peace efforts with regard to the war in Iran. It looks like nuclear concerns are still the main hurdle in that conversation. Certainly that was the case in Islamabad round one. Are you getting signs that Iran is looking like a country willing to make concessions at this point?
Depends what kind of concessions, and depends what Iran stands to gain in return. I mean, there are a couple key issues here. One is the nuclear issue, revolving and focusing on the issue of enrichment. Over what period of time, moratorium, permanent cessation, what to do about the highly enriched uranium, the 900 kilograms, how to set this thing up. In fact, when you talk about advanced centrifuges, what about IAEA and intrusive inspections? These are very complicated issues. They can't be resolved in 21 hours and probably not in 21 days. The other issue is, of course, is the Straits. The Iranians, I think, we've got to return to pre-war ante. The Straits need to be open for international traffic without preferential toll booths or constraints imposed by any of the littoral countries, in this case, Iran. So, and my understanding is the administration is now imposing two conditions. Number one, that the ceasefire continue, and number two, that the Iranian delegation needs to be empowered to actually make decisions. There is, I don't know whether it's an urban myth or not, that the Iranians negotiators got out ahead of their skis and created some tension with regard to the decision makers back in Tehran. I have no idea whether that's credible or not. What's happening in Iran internal politics is like a black box. It's really opaque. So I think those are the issues in question. I don't see how you get out of this war anytime soon, easily, or, as I mentioned, quickly.
I mean, a couple of days ago, you were quoted as saying that Iran holds stronger leverage than the United States in these ongoing talks. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you. I'm quoting you in a press report. But that, I think, was before the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz began. And I'm wondering whether you think that blockade has changed anything.
Well, here's the problem, and we can't, neither you nor I can really, with any sort of authority, make a conclusive judgment about this. But whose clock is ticking slower or faster? My analysis has been that the Iranian clock is ticking slower. They've been through, their pain thresholds are much higher than the Trump administration's. Now, that said, the markets, basically, the S&P hit record highs. Oil traders have clearly baked in, for reasons that I mystify me, that somehow this conflict is going to end quickly, and we're on the verge of a major breakthrough. So oil is now, below $100 a barrel? So I don't know. My assessment, given the fact that the Iranians are capable, have demonstrated Iran-Iraq war, even 2020, when Iranian oil production went from 2.5 million barrels a day to 400,000, that the Iranians have methods, mechanisms, and since the regime is not terribly concerned with the security, prosperity, and well-being of the vast majority of Iranians, that the regime's capacity, the IRGC, those who are making decisions, seem to me willing to hold out for as good a deal as they possibly can get. And the Trump administration, under pressure from November midterms, presumably, with gas prices hovering over $4 a barrel and likely to continue even if the conflict came to an end today, for any number of oil-related reasons, the Trump administration would be in a hurry. But none of this seems to be accurate, because if both sides were really in a hurry, you'd have serious negotiations underway, not indirect negotiations, not negotiations on a cell phone, not negotiations conducted on the back of a cocktail napkin. You'd have serious negotiations between teams on both sides that were ready, willing, and able to make a deal. I have not seen that.
Right. I'm going to ask you a quick question about Lebanon in just a moment. But just on that note, I mean, I think what you're alluding to here is there's a mismatch in the skill sets between the negotiating teams. If that is indeed what you're alluding to, who's got the stronger lineup, the Americans or the Iranians?
Well, I mean, look, when it comes to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, right, an 18-page document that had 141 technical annexes. Took 2 years to produce. There, I think the teams were relatively evenly matched. And by the way, I no more want Congress controlling U.S. foreign policy than I want the State Department controlling U.S. foreign policy. I worked for James Baker. He was not a diplomat. One of the best negotiators, I think, that the U.S. has ever had. Henry Kissinger, not a diplomat. You don't need diplomats. What you need to guide negotiations are people who have wisdom, judgment, have some sense of history, and understand one basic reality, however politically inconvenient it may be, that a successful negotiation that will last must reflect a balance of interest.
Okay, let's talk about Lebanon for a moment.
Yes.
Obviously, decades of no communication between the leadership in Lebanon and Israel has got us into the situation we're in today. I don't think anyone would say it's a great situation to be in. Are you therefore heartened by the possibility that direct negotiations could be in the pipeline?
Look, I think it's important that you had direct meetings between Israel and Lebanon, but that's not what's driving the train. The people involved in these negotiations are not the decision makers. And let's be clear, those negotiations, and I won't call them performative because I think it's important that they occurred. Those negotiations are happening because Donald Trump has sent clear and unmistakable messages to Benjamin Netanyahu that he may need a de-escalation, if not a cessation of hostilities in Lebanon as part and parcel of greasing the skids for his more important objective, which is how to find a way out of this war with Iran. That's why these meetings took place. And if, in fact, the Israeli Security Cabinet yesterday met, they didn't come to a conclusion. I suspect if Donald Trump picks up the phone and says to Benjamin Netanyahu, I need 2 weeks of a ceasefire, Netanyahu has absolutely no chance of saying no, because elections are occurring in Israel. If the government comes to term in October, maybe even earlier, elections could be held. Benjamin Netanyahu needs Donald Trump, not as a passive campaigner, but as an active participant in his reelection strategy. So Trump has tremendous leverage, and seems to me if the Iranians say to Trump, look, we really do need a cessation of Israeli military activities in Lebanon, Trump can deliver it.
Right. I mean, President Trump and the Israelis sound far more excited about the prospect of direct talks between the Israelis and the Lebanese than the Lebanese do. Why do you think President Aoun is looking so unenthusiastic and so reluctant to come to the negotiating?
Well, because I think he understands at least what the Israeli objective is, which is essentially ending Hezbollah. And that's untethered from reality. And the Lebanese government understands the sectarian and combustible impact should the Lebanese armed forces be directed to disarm Hezbollah or to engage in direct confrontations with Hezbollah, particularly at a time when the Israelis are not just occupying parts of southern Lebanon, but trying to turn large areas, 10% of the country, into a zone that'll be free of Lebanese civilians, as well as Hezbollah. That I understand, the latter part. They don't want Hezbollah right up against the border. Hezbollah has very effective line-of-sight Coronet anti-tank missiles, which can do a lot of damage to the northern border communities. But how anyone could expect, no matter how well-intentioned the government of Lebanon is, to crack down on Hezbollah, when in fact the Israelis are operating kinetically, and essentially as they prosecute their war against Hezbollah, displacing and or killing Lebanese civilians, it doesn't add up. The Israelis have a very unhappy experience in Lebanon. This is just another chapter.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Aaron David Miller, former Middle East peace negotiator. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that the U.S. is closely monitoring Iran's military movements. Well, speaking at the Pentagon earlier on today, we had a clear message for Iran from the U.S. Defense Secretary. He said, "We are watching you." Here's what he said.
Which is where we'll start with a message to Iran's military leadership, to the KH leadership and IRGC leadership. We're watching you. Our capabilities are not the same, our military and yours. Remember, this is not a fair fight. And we know what military assets you are moving and where you are moving them to. This blockade, which the chairman will detail this morning, is the polite way that this can go. Your energy is not moving and will not move, and we can do this all day. But it's not destroyed yet. Your energy industry is not destroyed yet. You like to say publicly, Iran, that you control the Strait of Hormuz, but you don't have a navy or real domain awareness. You can't control anything.
Well, let's bring into the conversation retired three-star general and former commanding officer of the U.S. First Army, Russell L. Honoré, who joins us as ever from Louisiana. General Honoré, thank you very much indeed for joining us. The ceasefire is still in place. We're on day 4 of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. That means we gather that all shipping is prevented from entering or exiting any Iranian ports. It's being reported that no ships have been boarded so far and 13 have turned back. Can we say that the blockade is having the desired effect?
We'll see. If the effect of the blockade is to force the Iranians to the diplomatic solution, I think we'll have to wait and see. The tactical operation is being superbly executed by the Navy, the United States Navy. But as we've seen in the past, a lot of our tactical actions, even though they've been very successful, have not produced a durable off-ramp or ceasefire. The intent of it is to force the Iranians back to the table. And if you follow the current trend line, is to get them to commit to extracting or not agreeing not to ever have a nuclear weapon. And then number two on the table is to reopen the Straits of Hormuz to traffic for all, if I understood the current objective. So, but we'll have to wait and see. Not all successful tactical action lead to political solutions that's amenable to both sides. So, but they appear to be doing what they were sent there to do. But whether we get the impact we want, which is to agree to the nuclear weapons restrictions and to turn the Strait of Hormuz back into international waterway, free travel for all.
Okay, we've been hearing from the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in the last few hours. He's warning Iran to choose very carefully, and I want to know what you think it's looking like Iran is going to do by way of a response to the latest peace efforts. Do you detect a mood for compromise on their part?
Well, there have to be compromise on both sides. For amenable diplomatic solution, both sides are going to have to compromise. The world needs that Strait of Hormuz open because it affects the global economy. So I think what this does by closing the strait, it brings in all of the diplomatic partners, the United Nations, all the major powers to pressure Iran to, okay, let's agree to this, find an agreement so the strait can be open, because this will have global economic impact. There are four elements of power that we generally use in our doctrine, the diplomatic, information, military, and economic. And right now we're using military most of the time, and this military is now causing an economic impact, not only on Iran, but causing economic strain globally, as so many countries depend on the fossil fuel and the chemicals coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. So I think the world will be a better place when we find the end to this war.
Right. And in terms of what the US has already got in the region, I mean, they've got considerable military resources and assets already in the waters off Iran. More are on the way. With what you're seeing in terms of resources in the region, what options do you see the United States as having? I mean, is, for example, the prospect of a land invasion, a ground operation, still on the table?
Yeah, I think it is on the table. There have been people that have given great caution about any type of land invasion because of the high risk of large amount of potential casualties and the escalation in this war, as the Secretary said this morning, with targets locked and loaded on the Iranian infrastructure, that would be a major escalation of the war, as I see it. So, and at the same time, they've used a number 50,000 troops in the area of operation. With 50,000 troops inside the area of operation, that brings all those troops inside the targeting capacity of the residual forces that Iran does have to try and target the troops that are in quarter in the Gulf, as well as those on ships. Now, we've got very good air defense and defense systems, but we know at any given time, all it takes is one drone or one ballistic missile to get through. It could have a catastrophic impact on the 50,000 troops we have, plus the infrastructure of our Gulf allies. They're in Riyadh and on to UAE and Bahrain and the whole partners there that live there. We're playing the away game. The Iranians are playing the home game. And it's always harder to be on the offense or in somebody else's area of operation. But we've got an expeditionary force. That's what they were built for. But the more that force stay out there, the more stress is going to be on them. And the more chances it are that if we go back to a shooting war, we're going to have more troops inside the range of Iranian residual missiles and drones. And that is a point of most concern to most of us who are war watching.
One of the things we heard Secretary Hegseth saying today is we would welcome other countries in coming to help with the Strait of Hormuz. Does that sound to you like a call or a cry for help? And if so, who's it aimed at and where is the help?
Well, I think he prefaced that with Europe and Asia. Many of those countries dependent on the fuel supply that comes out of the Gulf. And that's been a mixed message. At one time, the White House says, come help us. And there's been a lot of pushback, particularly in Europe, and a big silence from Asia to send help. But if I read the news right, there are some discussions ongoing in Europe through allies to see how they might be able to come in and help the escort mission or to clear any residual mines. But each time the Europeans have said, okay, we'll work on it, then we get something out of the White House and say, well, it's too late. We don't need your help. We can do this without you. So there's mixed messages coming out between the White House and the Pentagon on that issue.
All right, General Ray, just one last question before you go. I mean, Pete Hegseth is really under the spotlight at the moment. We've had a situation where House Democrats have introduced 6 articles for impeachment. And I'm just wondering whether you foresee later on down the line this war, which does not have congressional approval, which has resulted in the deaths of innocent civilians like the girls at the school in Minab in Iran. Do you see this coming back to haunt Pete Hegseth?
I think this will live with him the rest of his life, some of the decisions and some of the things he's said, because he's put some everlasting quotes out there that don't make sense, quoting scripture and not quoting grand strategy. And the political process will look at him and hold him accountable. But I think it's a big distraction what he's doing, quoting scripture and making vile threats toward the press. This is dysfunctional, and hopefully the system will work. Right now, we just need him to be a steady hand and let the military do what they're supposed to do in accordance with the law. And it's up to the political process to hold him accountable.
Okay, General Russell L. Honoré, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Well, I hope y'all have a quiet day in Riyadh.
Thank you very much.
Ceasefire continues. Bye.
We hope so too. Thank you. Well, let's get more now on the diplomatic efforts to broker an end to the war in Lebanon. We're joined by David Hale, who is a former US Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. He was also Under Secretary of State for Political Affairs and served as well as US Ambassador to Lebanon. Ambassador Hale, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, this really has been a week of firsts, hasn't it? I mean, Israel and Lebanon have held their first diplomatic exchange since, I think, the year 1993. That happened at an ambassadorial level on Tuesday. I mean, let's start by talking about that. How significant is dialogue at this level, do you think?
I think it's very significant. It's obviously connected to what is happening between the United States and Iran. And, of course, the American president, of course, is very sympathetic to Israel's security needs, but apparently asked for a de-escalation, which I think prompted Prime Minister Netanyahu to respond to a long-standing request by the Lebanese president to sit down and not try to iron out their differences with a ceasefire and then seeing what more can be done to disarm Hezbollah and beyond.
Right, and we gather that President Trump has been speaking to President Aoun today, no doubt with a view to persuading him to pick up the telephone. What do you think has been achieved, at least with those talks between the ambassadors in D.C.? I mean, has trust, do you think, been built?
Judging from the statement that the Israeli ambassador made after the talks and from other information I'm picking up, is I think that the talks are extremely important in establishing or trying to reestablish trust between these two countries that are not at peace, do not have relations. On the part of Lebanon, it's not a concession of their position, but it is, I think, a common sense, pragmatic step to see what they can do to restore security in their country and restore their sovereignty, which is going to require cooperation by Israel and the United States. I also hope that the president, in a phone call with the Lebanese leadership, listened to what Lebanon needs, in particular, the fact that the balance of power in the Middle East and how the United States and Iran sort of sort out their differences is going to have an enormous effect on what the Lebanese can and cannot do at this moment.
Right, and the Lebanese keep being told by all sides, you've got to deal with Hezbollah, you've got to disarm and disband Hezbollah. We just spoke to Aaron David Miller, who I'm sure you're familiar with, and he said to us that he thinks that request is untethered from reality. I mean, is it mission impossible?
It's very difficult, but I think the key element here is what happens between Washington and Tehran. If we are able, the United States is able to emerge from this demonstrating a clear victory and that the Iranians are no longer in a position to intimidate the entire Middle East the way they have been, then I think the situation in Lebanon becomes much easier not to crack. Hezbollah is not going to give up their arms voluntarily. It's going to be a challenging thing. The Lebanese also have to come up not just with an army that's capable of enforcing the rule of law, but also find a way to accommodate the Shia population, which has been dominated by Hezbollah. Now the Shia, I think, are questioning the value of that, but they're also wondering who's going to protect them against the other communities in Lebanon and against Israel in the future. So that's where these talks between Israel and Lebanon are so important, because it may produce outcomes that can show the people of Lebanon that there is a peaceful horizon.
I mean, Hezbollah doesn't like this idea of dialogue at all. I mean, just reading what they've been saying, they've called dialogue capitulation. I mean, and it's easy to understand why. I mean, dialogue would mean that they're essentially entirely marginalized longer term, especially if the talks deliver fruit. But not quite so easy to understand why President Aoun looks reluctant to enter into these talks. I don't know if he looks that way to you. If you think he is looking reluctant, why do you think that is?
Personally, I don't think he's actually reluctant. I think he's got to manage and balance an extremely complicated political equation inside Lebanon, particularly if there's not a ceasefire yet in place. If there is a ceasefire, I think he gets some maneuvering room to do more. But he's already agreed to a security plan. He and the parliament have already agreed to disarm Hezbollah. They have already declared the arms of Hezbollah to be illegal. The question now is, can they deliver on that? And I also think, again, from my private conversations with him, he definitely wants to see Lebanon's in a secure and peaceful state in the neighborhood.
Okay, I mean, there are some concerns out there about what Israel's intentions are with regards to the south of Lebanon. They're talking about creating this large buffer zone, but there are concerns within Lebanon, and perhaps some of your friends and former contacts are telling you this as well, that this is a prelude to a land grab. What do you think Israel's intentions are? My own impression, based on private talks with high-level officials in Israel, is that over many decades, by the way, is that the Israelis do not have territorial ambitions in Lebanon. Their concern is security. And if there is no entity on the other side of the border that is attending to security, no state, UNIFIL, which did not have a mandate that gave it any teeth to enforce security, what do you expect them to do? They discovered over a long period of time that holding territory as for a security zone is counterproductive. It only fuels further resistance against Israel. So they withdrew in 2000, and I don't think that this is anything other than a tactical operation and that the Israelis intend to withdraw once they're confident that there's a state of Lebanon that's a partner on the other side, which comes back to why these talks starting
this week could potentially be very promising.
I mean, longer term, I mean, this is really a long way in the future, I'd assume. Do you see Israel and Lebanon normalizing ties? Could there be another signatory of the Abraham Accords in the making here?
The phrase Abraham Accords and the word normalization are taboo in Lebanon today. But there has been, I think, over the course of this year, a growing recognition on the part of many Lebanese, not all Lebanese by any stretch, but many Lebanese, that something different in the relationship with Israel is not only desirable, but actually possible, because Iran is no longer dictating to the Lebanese leadership terms that are favorable to Iran, not to Lebanon. And a lot of Lebanese used to talk about, let's go back to, a ceasefire and a truce. But my argument, and I think others in Lebanon are beginning to see, that a ceasefire and a truce is just going to reinforce a cycle of violence. Eventually they're broken, as we've seen over a 50-year period. So something more durable may be needed. What you call it is less important than the fact that it might be two sovereign states sitting down together and making commitments that they're not going to allow anything to threaten a solid relationship, or at least a peaceful relationship between them.
But, there has been so much bad blood between the Lebanese and the Israelis, and I'm sure you saw it for yourself when you were living there. I mean, isn't it going to take generations to recover from that?
It was true in Egypt. It was true in Jordan. It is certainly true in Lebanon today, particularly amidst this violence. It's such a dark moment. It is a matter of overcoming the wounds, the emotional, intellectual, and physical wounds of years of war. The Israelis also have concerns about their population living in the shadow of terrorism and missiles in the north. So these are the real problems, but those are the ones that separate them. Unlike with Jordan, the Palestinians, and with Egypt, there aren't really territorial issues at stake here. So I do think that with patience and sufficient work and creativity, things can move. And the Lebanese government is actually seeking that. They do no longer want to be dominated by Iran. The best way to avoid that in the long term is to be living in peace with your neighbors.
I mean, since the State of Israel was created in the year 1948, I mean, obviously there's been no diplomatic relations with Lebanon, and we've talked about that already. As of this week, there has been some discussion. There may be more to come. I mean, would you describe this as a new era?
It's an opportunity. In fact, it's a second opportunity. Lebanon had a ceasefire with Israel after the IDF decimated Hezbollah in 2024. Hezbollah, of course, did not honor the commitments to disarm, and the Lebanese state, although it made progress, was unable to achieve it. So this is a second opportunity. But that is the key question. The disarming of Hezbollah has got to be the precondition for any of the things that we've just been discussing. And that's going to be a tough nut to crack, but as it comes back to what's the United States going to do to put enough pressure on Iran that it is no longer the savior of Hezbollah.
Just in the last couple of minutes before we wrap up, I'd like to ask you about the more broad peace talks that are taking place between the Americans and the Iranians, talks that are being mediated by Pakistan. Obviously, a lot of the groundwork is being laid as we speak ahead of a possible second round of talks. I'd like to ask you what you think needs to be achieved in order for that second round of talks to go ahead.
Well, I think we should not get too distracted by the bluster. I mean, these are two entities that certainly know how to bluster, but at the real interests. President Trump has achieved quite a lot militarily, so now it's a question of translating it into a political outcome that's viable and positive and moves us beyond where we were before this began. And that's why it was kind of a head scratcher from my view, even though Vice President Vance's efforts were quite serious, 21 hours of negotiations is something to admire. The fact that this is going to come down to haggling over a few years, but on the sunset clause over enrichment struck me as inadequate. There are many, many more details that are going to have to be tackled in this. It's not going to happen in a day or two. Pakistan's involvement has been very constructive, but we have to bear in mind it had to have been a Chinese green light enabled the Pakistanis, who are highly dependent on their relationship with China, to do this. And that's another interesting space to watch is what will China do? Do they want to help this succeed? Do they want to keep the straits open? Stay tuned.
Well, I mean, therein could lie the answer. I mean, perhaps the whole point of blockading the Strait of Hormuz is to bring China around. I mean, does that sound like? Because after all, they're hurting, aren't they, from the lack of access to Middle Eastern oil?
I think so. So again, they're not saying a lot publicly, but Pakistan's behavior undoubtedly is cleared by their Chinese friends.
Okay. Just lastly, I mean, 6 weeks of war we've seen already. How close are we to the end, do you think, Mr. Hale?
Well, I'm not one of nature's optimists, so there's a lot of ifs in what we've been discussing. I think that the odds are that the gaps between Washington and Tehran are probably a little too wide to bridge right now, which may mean that we're going to enter a phase where it's kind of hybrid. I mean, you're going to have talks, you're also going to have military activity as needed, and you may also have an administration that's prepared to settle into kind of a maximum pressure strategy, economic, political, all the means of pressure on Iran. We'll see. Certainly a hopeful moment, though. Everyone should be doing what they can to support the potential breakthrough.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador David Hale, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's discuss all of these issues in more depth. We're joined now by Angie Wong, Republican strategist who joins us from Florida, a friend of the show. We're also joined by another friend of the show, Greg Swenson, chair of the Republicans Overseas, who joins us from Chicago. A very warm welcome to you both. Angie, let me start by asking you, I mean, how much political pressure do you think President Trump is under to end this war?
Tremendous pressure. We see him coming out every single Monday trying to calm down the U.S. markets before they open at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So what happens overnight on Sunday? You have the oil futures that come out Sunday evening, and then he wakes up to the Asian markets and the European markets. So he sees everything is in the red. He gets calls all day long in the White House from our Asian leaders and Middle Eastern leaders and our European leaders saying, hey, we need petrol. Please open up the strait. But yet at the same time, there's no coalition willing to help him to do that. So he's frustrated. He understands right now, the U.S. market, we can absorb any sort of gains, especially in our energy sector. But if it keeps ticking up over the summer, which we predict it might if this conflict continues, then Americans will really feel the pinch, and this war will really come home, and we'll feel it every single place, from our groceries to our gas bills to even our housing bills.
Greg, I don't know what you think of that. Do you agree? I mean, I've been looking at some approval ratings, some opinion polls. According to a Reuters Ipsos poll, President Trump's approval rating is around 36%. I think that's the lowest point of his second term. Do you think the war is the main factor there?
I think so. And I think it's a near-term problem. And I think the president knew his ratings would go down, all the more reason that, it was a brave move and a political, there was some political capital spent to attack the regime. And so good for him for having the courage to do that, in spite of knowing that his poll numbers would go down and that gasoline prices would go up. But I think it's temporary. I mean, you're already seeing some easing on oil prices. They're down 5 or 6% from before the blockade of the strait. And I think that it's temporary. You saw $5 prices after the Ukraine invasion back in June of 22, for example, and they were back, around $3 12 months later. The average price in 2022 was $4. That's not because of the Russians invading Ukraine. That's because of Biden's hostility to the energy sector. So, you do have a near-term challenge, a near-term headwind with supply being limited coming out of the strait. But on the other hand, it's temporary, and there's been a real unleashing of the energy sector here in the U.S., and that's what's keeping prices low and will continue to keep prices low once this conflict ends. And I think that's coming soon.
Sure. I mean, it isn't a popular conflict, is it? I think there's considerable concern about it on both sides of the aisle, perhaps more on the Democratic side of the aisle, because House Democrats have introduced these 6 articles of impeachment against the Pentagon chief, Pete Hegseth. They accuse him of high crimes and misdemeanors. I mean, Angie, do you think for people who are opposed to this war, their anger is mostly focused on Pete Hegseth, President Trump, Marco Rubio? Where would they focus their anger?
Oh, they would direct their anger everywhere and every which way to every politician if they could. But understand what all these articles of impeachments, all these Hill congressional meetings, that's all these hearings are for. It's really just to delay everything. It's to put speed bumps on everything that has to happen. If we want this war to end sooner, let these guys do their jobs. Stop pulling them up on the Hill. Stop asking questions that you already know the answers to. But that's what senators want to do, because they want to make sure that they get their questioning in on television to see if they can do anything to make Trump look bad. Essentially, that's what's happening here in the U.S. politics. But, you know, I think anyone who gets pulled up on the Hill, especially when it comes to an active military operation, it goes nowhere. And the American public, we do support our soldiers. We do support President Trump and his team while they're actively trying to remove any sort of nuclear threat from the region. And we want to make sure that when we leave, finally, when we leave Iran, that we leave it in a safer place for everybody. So I think we need to give the president and his team a little bit of runway to finish this job and get it done right.
Greg, do you agree? I mean, Democrats saying this war is illegal and unjustified. Do you get the impression that all Republicans are, at least for now, standing by President Trump?
Yeah, most Republicans are, and it's amazing the bipartisan nature of the views on this conflict. I go back to the Chuck Schumer videotape of 2015 when he was a real critic of the JCPOA that was agreed to by Obama and John Kerry. And so, now because it's Trump, they have to hate it. They hate everything he does, even if it's good. And so I think it's real partisan right now. You've got the war polling or the conflict polling at 20 with Democrats, and it's polling at 80 with Republicans. And even the MAGA wing, as I think I discussed with you a week or so ago, Tom, the MAGA wing is hanging in there. There's some, elements, there's some on the margins, there's some critics, but for the most part, the Republicans are behind the president on this.
Okay, the clock's ticking. The midterms are 7 months away, a little under, actually. President Trump's been doing a bit of touring of some battleground states. In the next 24 hours, we're going to be seeing him on the stage in Nevada and Arizona. Angie, is he in campaign mode? And what message do you see him bringing to those two important battleground states?
Well, this is Trump being in 2024 again. He is doing his Trump rallies, which he knows he loves them. He's like Elvis on stage, right? He has everyone cheering for him, and the entire town gets so excited. There's a lot of economic boom when he comes into town. So this is a great look for him. It shows the support of the American people. But more importantly, it brings him back to domestic issues, which is really what Americans want to hear. Yep. They want to hear that the America First agenda is actually happening. We see all the news and the conflicts happening overseas, but what Americans want to know is, how do we bring down gas prices? How do I get credit again? Because our credit has tightened so much due to this conflict. And how are home prices now affordable? Can you make all these things happen by November? It's a really tough order. President Trump is delivering, especially we just had a tax day here in the U.S. He's delivered no taxes on tips, which is a great thing to do for all Americans, especially our working class Americans. Right now, what we need to do is support our president. And the Senate showed us yesterday that they're willing to do that. They want the commander-in-chief in charge. We don't want any more speed bumps kind of slipping him up during an active military operation. And I'm very happy to see that he is touring America again. It's a great look for him.
Okay, we're going to be talking a bit more about affordability in just a moment. Before we come on to that, Greg, I mean, when you listen to President Trump, I mean, we've heard him say a couple of times in the last few days in interviews that, midterm losses are pretty normal for a sitting president. I mean, does he sound to you like he's resigned to the fact that he isn't going to win these midterms?
Yeah, if he's a realist, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. There is a chance we could win we could hold the House, but it's a slim chance because history has proven that the party out of power always wins. And there have been exceptions. There was a massive tailwind for President Clinton in 1998 after the botched impeachment, and also the economy was just humming on all cylinders in 98. And then, of course, George W. Bush in 2002 with the tailwinds from 9/11. There was a real unity in the country at that time. other than that, it's never happened since Roosevelt. And so I think that, there's a chance it would have to be a perfectly executed economic, not recovery, because we're not in a recession right now, but it would have to be a real economic boom. You'd have to have gas prices well under $3. Everything would have to be perfect. So I think the president's just being realistic and cautious. But I do think I totally agree with Angie. He has to get on the road. He has to campaign for candidates, especially in toss-up districts, and get the message out that that the economy is humming, that jobs are being created, that wages are going up. And if he can communicate that, Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, did a good job of that yesterday on tax day. And so the tax returns are going into American pockets right now. That just has to be communicated well.
And Greg, just staying with you for a second, we've heard this mantra from the Republican Party these last few months. They've been talking about short-term pain for long-term gain. And obviously they're talking about the pain of high prices at the pumps, amongst other things. Is that washing with the US public, do you think?
I'm not sure it is, because people really vote with their pocketbooks. And so, the messaging is there, but they have to see results. And look, it's only slightly over $4 a barrel. Again, it was at $5 back in 22, most of which was caused by bad policy. So, but I do think that Americans don't really care about policy. They care about the outcomes. I'm very confident we'll see really good outcomes from the big, beautiful bill, from tax cuts, from deregulation, from the liberation of the energy sector, especially.
Okay, Angie, coming back to you. One of the reports in Reuters is that they've spoken to a handful of Republican strategists. I don't know if you're one of them. This is why I wanted to save this question for you, because they say they fear that the White House has lost the affordability debate. Were you one of them, and do you agree with that?
Not for Reuters, but for other publications. I have been giving comments about this. Look, we have 45 plus House seats that are retiring at the end of this year. That's 45 races, if not all of them, because we have to save everything we already have. So there's a lot of stuff happening between now and November. And the Republican Party is energized. We're ready to go. We're financed. We want to help our candidates and also new Republican candidates get into those seats. That's the only way we're going to ensure that. Now, here's the problem. It's a trickle down. The president has to set the tone for the midterms, and then it trickles down to the candidates, who then have to take his message on affordability and roll it out to the main streets around America. We haven't had that yet, because every single day you have a broadcasting of a billboard that says your gas prices on every major intersection. And that is hurting all of our races at this very time. That's why President Trump understands that he has a very short window to shut down this conflict in the Middle East, because it will take a little bit of time even just to adjust. It doesn't happen overnight. So every single day, President Trump is trying to calm down those markets to make sure that the messaging for affordability can translate to all these candidates running in every single congressional member across the U.S.
Okay, and just staying with you a moment longer, Angie, and then we'll give Greg the last word. It hasn't been a great week on the international stage for President Trump, has it? You look back to the election result in Hungary. That's one good friend down. Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, appears no longer to be the flavour of the month. NATO aggrieved. The Vatican aggrieved. And this public dispute with the Pope, and then this criticism about using religious imagery on social media. I wonder, Andy, how damaging you think this has been amongst President Trump's support base?
It was damaging when it first came out, because no one understood what was going on. But if you see the trends of what President Trump does, as I mentioned earlier, on Monday mornings, he likes to put out these messages that either deflect from the U.S. market or helps calm the U.S. markets. And as of Sunday night, J.D. Vance failed in its talks in Islamabad. You had the Hungarian election that did not go Trump's way. There was a lot of bad news that could have come out on Monday. But what did we all talk about? Oh, the Pope's fight with Donald Trump. So he, again, knows how to suck all the energy air when he doesn't want bad news to come out. And I think that's what we saw on Monday. I don't think he really hates the Pope.
Okay, Greg, let me give you the last word. We heard from the Pope today saying the world is run by tyrants. I don't know who he's referring to there, but the Pope does have, doesn't he, the ear of 1 billion Catholics around the world. So in this battle between Pope Leo and President Trump, both of them Americans, who's coming out on top?
Yeah, I'm not sure either one will come out on top. And look, I thought it was a mistake for the president to escalate earlier this week. But on the other hand, he's right. And a lot of times the president is unfiltered. He doesn't deliver the message politely. But he was right on this. The Pope should not have, interfered with these political issues and with the conflict. He was wrong on a couple of things, referencing that God does not listen to those who cause war. I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch. Now, did the president, escalate it? Yeah, I think that might have been a mistake. I think he dialed it down. It's already practically forgotten about, maybe not on CNN and the other leftist media stations, but it's really not a big issue. It's already old news. And the Pope is doing what the Pope should do, which is travel and see his flock in Africa, which he's doing right now. Staying away from the conflict is probably good advice for him. And as it was for the president, I was advising just, dial it down and let's not get into an argument. You're right, Tom. The president has done really well with Catholics in all three of the elections. And so I think it's an important part. I don't think it will move the needle, even though, we have midterms coming up and close races can be, swung by half a point. I don't think it will move the needle. And I think it will be ancient history by then. It might already be.
All right, Greg Swenson, you have had the last word as promised. Greg Swenson, chair of the Republicans Overseas. Thank you very much indeed to you as well. Angie Wong, Republican strategist. Great having you both with us.
Thanks, Tom. Great to be here.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabbas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron. The same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
You keeping that coat on?
Yeah, why?
Oh, there's a little going fishing.
One of the Liverpool fans calls in, he goes, look, he can win the Champions League, I still want him off.
I got called a Bulgarian lizard once.
Bulgarian lizard?
That should be the name of this podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. We're here a day late, chaps, because of bank holiday, and we've had a really, really relaxing one.
Yeah.
Thanks to this man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to?
It wasn't relaxing me getting there, though. I was rushing.
Do you want to explain to the listeners where we was yesterday?
Mate, do you want me to take it?
I think take the ball by the horns.
I'll say it. Yeah, we went for a bit of hot yoga. And yeah, it was quite interesting. So obviously, when you go to these type of places, like I didn't know what to expect, but I know you have to go there relaxed.
Yeah.
And open to the elements, open to what can be.
Yeah.
So I've gone in. I'm obviously late, as I always am.
That was the most
there.
stressful part. I know one of them's going to be late, and they lock the doors.
Yeah. Somehow you've got them. You got the doors.
They started
open.
late for you.
All the women of Cobham waiting for Colton Cole. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I got there, and it was very inviting.
Yeah.
Got in there, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my towel. That was the main thing for me because I don't like sweating without having a towel to dab my face at least. So that was really uncomfortable. But when I got in there, everyone was very nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you find
calm.
it tough?
It was calm.
Yeah.
She messaged me the night before,
right,
and said, "Oh, shall I make it tough?" And I
Why
went,
would you
yeah,
do?
why not?
See what I'm saying? Like,
First time.
I've never done yoga before, and I'm doing hot yoga, so we're doing extreme sports right now.
At one point, I looked over and you looked like you was a pretzel. The way that your body was, like your arm was like, and I was like,
Hey, do you know
the
what?
strain in your face.
I wasn't far off it, mate. I was straining, man. I don't know. They done this. What was the downward dog?
Downward dog, yeah.
Yeah. Then there was what's
Back
the
the
other
baby.
word?
There was the warrior pose.
The warrior pose. What
Warrior
was that?
two.
The warrior two.
Yeah.
What was the other one when you're like in a plank?
Yeah, that's oh, I've forgotten the
And
name.
then you've got
now.
to lift up your leg.
You go down. Oh, I've forgotten the name of it.
And then there's the other one when you got to roll your body up from
Yeah.
your chin upwards. Yeah.
And you get dizzy, so you got to breathe out on the way up.
He was
Mate,
breathing,
I
holding on with
breathing
dear
like-
life.
You were breathing heavily, to be fair.
I thought there was a buffalo next to your bum for breathing. Yeah.
Oh no, but we had a great time. We had a great time.
The best
and,
bit Shavasana at the end, innit?
Oh, yeah.
Lay down and nice music playing.
It's hard work, innit?
I told you.
What about this geezer though? Like to be Wayne Bridge in Cobham, people calling him a legend at 9:30 in the morning. He had his just to give people the view. So we went for a coffee afterwards, and we bumped into Enzo Maresca, and he's seen us three sweating, and he's oh, where have you gone? A paddle? We've got hot yoga, and he looks at us like.
He was like, that must be a sight.
Man, like one big black guy and two white guys, and I can see. He was looking at me. He's like, "Have you lot influenced this guy here?" I said, "I'm open. I'm open to try new things, man. This is not my style, but I'm having a little go."
It's good. You feel good afterwards. Though,
You do feel good, mate. And we will recommend it to anyone listening if you get a chance.
Yeah. But you've done yoga before.
I've done yoga before. But if anyone listeners get a chance, go and do hot yoga and write us in and tell us about your experience.
You do feel good after.
You do, man.
What I would advise is to start just doing yoga first. Don't just go into hot yoga, because I didn't know I was getting into. Yeah, it's good, but you need that, because I didn't know what I was doing. And you made it strong. You made it strong for me. It's bang out of order what you done.
No, it's all right.
Mate, you loved it. That's why you kept on laughing at me. Like, we was doing the plank, and then he just kept on looking at me laughing.
I couldn't help myself.
I was cursing in my head. I was actually cursing. I didn't want to say certain things, but you got to be calm in that situation.
Yeah.
But we had a great time in there.
That was good.
But we saw Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
And then me and you, we thought, they actually look similar, didn't they?
Oh, exactly. So we've got a photo of them together.
We've got a photo. We'll put it in there.
Yeah, we'll have to get it.
He
looked cool, by the way.
Yeah. He looks like what you're supposed to look like.
He had like these loose-fitting light blue jeans on, pair of
Gucci t-shirt.
Oversized t-shirt.
That's what you're supposed to look like.
All right, I want to be Enzo Maresca when I grow up. Right, okay.
He's
a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
He's a good guy.
I thought he was hard done by.
Should we talk about football? People think they're on a yoga podcast here. Right, okay. Right, Arsenal, Bridgie. You was at the game.
Yeah,
the Grim Reaper for Arsenal turning up again on the sideline.
You see this guy, he had his big cloak on the side of the pitch. Looked like he was dictating what was going on the pitch.
You were the Southampton mob, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but my dad obviously buzzing, just sat in the director's box, had best mate Luke and Aaron come.
And your dad looked amazing, by the way.
I dressed up, waistcoat. He's actually lost loads of weight, and he ended up wearing a suit he ain't wore for about 15 years.
Is it?
Yeah, and then he had
an old
and then he had my old Saints tie on.
Oh, wicked.
Little top hat, walking stick.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, he was buzzing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then to trot into the director's box as well with all the big dogs.
Yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
it's been
the build
a bit
up to the
quiet
game was wicked.
Really?
Because
I was surprised how it felt.
50 years to the
50
year since they last won the cup.
And 50 minutes in between both their goals.
Yeah.
So 35 and 85 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's written in the stars for the minute.
My mate Luke's obviously fuming because you pulled City out the bag.
I know. He's not happy. He's already told me.
He's not happy about that. But you've got to beat them to win it.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to talk about Arsenal because, listen, it's the theme of the last 3 months. Are they every time they lose a game, lose a couple of games, are they bottling it? The quadruple's gone. They're now out of 2 competitions. They play Sporting Lisbon tonight because we're recording this on a Tuesday. Do we think we're at the stage now where it's league or bust? Are they? What do you make of what's going on?
Saints played well, by the way.
They
played really well.
They did play really well. They did play really well.
You know where Arsenal struggled with a long ball?
Yeah.
Struggled massively.
You were saying that,
yeah. Like the
Just a
first few
direct
long
ball.
balls, yeah, they were in all the time.
Really?
Just getting in all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
But
bad.
going back to Arsenal, Gabriel limped off, right? They've got a lot of injuries at the moment. They're coming into the most crucial part of the season. We've been in that position, Bridgie, like where you're. What was the crucial things do you think that we had that this Arsenal team haven't quite got yet that they need to show in these next few games? Because the pressure's on.
I think the squad, whoever came in, slotted in all right. No matter how many changes there were.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you could change 4 or 5 players,
yeah.
and it affects everything. But I always felt like at Chelsea, no matter who you change, everyone just slotted in all right.
Well, there was a lot of changes.
System. Is that because of the system, or is it?
Yeah, but Arteta's very systematic. But it seems to me when he makes changes, there is a drop off. Like you're saying, like Ben White coming in found it difficult.
Is that the quality, or is it the understanding of the system for the player that's coming in to replace the player that was already in there?
I don't think it's the understanding, because I think Arteta's been saying for 6 years since he's been there, trust the process. And I think you watch them and they're quite rigid the way that they play. I just think when you take certain players, like Declan didn't play at the weekend, I just think he's so influential for what they do. Like, so still, like any great team with a great system, and you can have 20 players at all levels, but there's always 1 or 2 or 3 players scattered within that. That's just the soul of the team. And I think Declan Rice is one of them players. Do you know what I mean? At Chelsea, we were blessed with quality. Like centre-halves, we had Gallas, Terry, Carvalho. So one of them was injured. That would, you didn't really miss the other one that much. Although they was all fit. The one player I thought with us that we couldn't quite replace because he was so unique was. No, I think Labs was good, but what about was Drogba? Because he was so like. I remember when we had to play, it was Drogba or Ida, so we had to make a conscious effort to change the way that we played.
The approach to the game.
Do you know what I mean? There was no like for like, and I think Arsenal with Declan, there's no like for like in the midfield where he could, because he does so much good work where he gets it deep and he drives through the lines, he breaks the play. I don't know. I'm trying to think of reasons why they drop off.
I think Zubamendi's not been at it as well, and he's been brilliant for them the whole season, I'd say.
Yeah.
And look, takes a bit of pressure off Declan Rice as well when Zubamendi's at it. But I'd say the last 5 games, maybe Arsenal fans might disagree, but I think Zubamendi's not been at his peak form, and that midfield area they really need that to tick.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then you've got Odegaard that goes in there as well.
He played deeper in that game, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if they're not at it at the level that they should be, they can't replace Rice.
Yeah,
because Rice is at least. And I saw something the other day as well about how influential he is, but there was something saying that he's a bit too emotional as well, Rice.
You're right. Okay.
Because when it's not going his way or going the team's way, he'll get too emotionally involved rather than keep his head. And I think there's a thing in that as well where they need to do it. He has to omit calmness. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he can't be something he's not, Coley.
Well, he's not been a winner yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what they're depending on. But he doesn't know how to navigate that just yet. That's why they need to get silverware over the line so they know how to navigate for the future. They've just missed 2 big opportunities to get silverware.
Yeah.
I know they're still in the running for the 2.
Yeah.
But for their experience sake, they need to get some type of silverware over the line. Yeah. Because that will create positivity when it comes to the squeaky bum time. They'll know how to navigate when the going gets tough. But they haven't been there yet. They've not gone to those trenches yet.
It's almost like a trauma thing, isn't it? Like every year for the last 3 years, they've got to this stage. All of the media's on them, and saying they haven't got.
But I think they listen to media as well too much.
All right, so here's my next question: What if you're Mikel Arteta and you're coming? How do you approach these next few games? What in terms of forget the tactics, or forget. What are you saying on Monday morning? How are you setting the tone with your coaching staff with everything? Because do you remember the cup final we went to and Mikel Arteta made the Arsenal players stay and watch Man City the whole way? Like it was a very performative. Do you know what I mean? Like you will look because he's thinking to himself, this is going to be a thing. Like we'll look back in 3 months, we'll win the league and go, Remember when we watched them up, that one motivated him. So he's obviously thinking of things, Mikel Arteta. But what would you do, Bridgie, in that situation as a manager?
I think you've just got to try and get them mentally right, playing relaxed, and like Arsenal fans, right?
Right.
They're going to do the quadruple,
right?
Now they're out of that. Some
treble.
some of them stressing.
Yeah.
Now they might bottle the league,
right?
So the players could be thinking the same. So as a manager, one, you've just got to get back to winning ways. You just got to get them mentally right, training right.
Yeah.
And if you play with any kind of fear or worry, it just affects your game.
Do you think his face I look at Arteta, I look at managers, I think he looks concerned, worried. Like he's like, he looks gaunt at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like you look at, and when you've seen players like,
I think managers
that's managers, mate. That's managers. If I was a manager, oh my God, I look old enough as it is.
the only one manager, and he's the governor, and it's what he just Don Carlo. Carlo.
Yeah, with the cigar.
Just tuning.
And I've got to go.
He never looks stressed.
I've got to say, to some extent, Vince Kompany.
Yeah.
He looks unstressed. But going back to what you're saying, Arteta, he's the one that's he's steering the ship.
Yeah.
Right? So he's the one. The buck stops with him. He's the one that's got to give his players the confidence to like have that belief. Say, Dad, all right, we've lost that game. Now it's time to draw in. And I think there's some training session they was doing yesterday. Did you see it?
No.
It was online. No. There was they put it out there as well. Like I think it was in the Daily Mail or something like that. Yeah, but there was holding a ball on their heads between 5 players around the ball. Like I'm thinking, what kind of activities are this? Like, it's cringy, man.
Are we SEALs? Are we?
I don't know. They had the ball, and all their heads are on the ball. About 5 of them around it, and I don't know what kind of game they were playing. But why would you even film that and put it out there? Do that in the sports hall when there's no.
You're right. If you won the last 2 games, but not after losing 2 games.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
Go on.
Respect the ball. How did that turn out? Like they're trying to get their edges every type of way, and they're trying to get that team bond and on the pitch as well. So I know what they're doing, but just leave that. Stop doing it for the media. Do it for yourselves.
I can't see him losing the league.
I can't see him losing.
I can't
see him losing.
I can't see it, but mate, if it is, I've never been so wrong.
Upset him a couple of times.
You've said this,
I said it.
Yeah. Bournemouth for
a few times. So it's a tough game.
Yeah.
If they win it, I'll probably say it's done.
Yeah, I still think they win the league.
I do as well.
Just a quick one before we wrap up on Arsenal. Southampton winning, your old club, Bridgie. Does that you said it was a great atmosphere. Does it feel like the magic of the cup was back there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. It was brilliant, especially the 50 years since they last won it.
Where did you go afterwards when you was with all the boys and your dad playing darts?
Oh yeah, we were singing songs to you when we were down the phone. You could hear my dad the most, couldn't you?
Yeah.
We ended up back at my sister's house. Right. The husband's got little pool table and dartboard and that, so we were up for a few hours.
The governor of Winchester.
Weren't we?
Yeah. The Southampton fans are happy. Then the FA Cup's
mate,
back.
Buzzing. They've been on fire as well. They haven't lost in life.
Have you got the keys to the city over there?
No, Matt Letizia has me. Matt Letizia.
You should have, mate.
You promote that place properly, mate. But yeah, Southampton are massively thinking they can go all the way here. Because they have to come up to Manchester City. They have to go. Is it away to Manchester City?
That's
Wembley.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Wembley?
Yeah.
So okay.
We'll get
so one day out.
Yeah, so it's a one-off game.
Yeah.
So you never know, you know.
Yeah,
that's what you do. Never know.
Mickey have his suit on. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Going?
I don't know yet. Maybe.
It's on both your teams.
He'd be working. I'm working on getting him a job.
Oh, get me a ticket then.
He actually made a phone call yesterday trying to get me a job.
Is it?
I haven't told him I want to do it.
Man City versus Southampton.
Yeah, that
play
makes
for
sense.
both clubs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, bringing him in. Yeah. Tells after his commission. I said, no, I'll take that.
I'll set this up.
Right, here we go. Right, moving on. We got Liverpool now. It was a drubbing. When you consider they were the 2 teams at the top for so long, they looked like a gulf apart. With Man City fans were singing "You're getting sacked in the morning," with Xabi Alonso available. And which I found interesting. The murmurings from the Liverpool fans are like, let's get him in now and all that. Liverpool fans, I feel, always stick with their managers through thick and thin, and they're quite loyal like that. But I think the lure of Xabi Alonso being available is making them. What do you think on Slot?
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because he's won the league with them, but that's on the back of a Klopp team, and he's ridden that wave because they was in that wave. And I always go back to they go in the summer.
Yeah,
they go on holiday, come back to bad news on
tragedy. Tragedy. Yeah,
Diogo Jota, one of their teammates, one of their highly respected teammates in the dressing room as well. That trauma can carry on for you don't know.
Yeah,
and there's nobody out there that can say how to deal with that as a team. And I always say, and then on top of that, I don't think they went into the season prepared with the style of play that he wanted to employ, because you got to understand Isak's fiasco as well. That was a painstaking, wasn't it?
It
was like, is he coming? Is he not? And that's going to be your main striker, and that's left till the last part of the window until the deal got done.
Yeah.
Then you had Ekitike that had come in and he was doing well, so that was papering over the cracks. But really and truly, when you look at the whole scenario, it's just not a great start to a season. And plus, they didn't address the defending positions.
Yeah.
You know, there was Mark Gahey, they was trying to get him, couldn't get him. And then it just went too long that they didn't cover the positions that they needed to cover. Plus, they haven't even dealt with the Mo Salah situation as well.
Yeah.
So there's just so much stuff going on. And then on top of that, Slot has to... I've heard rumours, not rumours, but people say amongst the fans as well that he doesn't know what he's doing tactically. So some of the substitutions that he's making, some of the tactical elements of his formations when he wants to try and tweak things, he's not doing the right things.
Yeah.
And you know how Liverpool fans are. They know that they can suss out a fraud quick. You know what I mean? So I think that all of that culminating to one, it's just a mess for this season. It might, and the signings hasn't set the world alight as well. Some of the top signings, they ain't done nothing really of note. So, and I do like Wirtz, by the way, but I think he's got more to come. But Ekitike's done well as well, so give him that. But there's a few of them that haven't. And and even the other players as well.
Yeah, there's you know,
they've
you've
been
got
underperforming.
Yeah, you know, like players like
Kirk,
he's been the best player. Kirk's coming into the side from that Bournemouth side where he looked phenomenal. He hasn't hit the ground running. When you break it down like that, it's like you're in real time. You're doing an appraisal on why it's gone wrong. You can see it all, right? So.
So I agree with everything you said. Liverpool fans don't want to hear that.
But I agree with everything you said. It's the reason.
You summed it up nicely, to be fair.
As to why it's gone wrong. The balance in the midfield, he's trying to get Wirtz in as well. I wouldn't put anything on top of that other than, you know, I just think Liverpool as a football club and the way that they operate, and I think, don't bite the bullet on Arne Slot yet. Give him an opportunity for start of next season. Even though Xabi Alonso's there, let him go. Out of his hand, the Diogo Jota tragedy's out of his hands.
Yeah, didn't even think about that. Yeah, what impact that might have on players.
Well, exactly. You know, I mean, nothing like that ever happened to us, thankfully enough. But you know, you can't think for yourself as one of your mates because you're so close as a bond when you're a team.
Yeah,
like. It's like I don't understand. Everyone goes to work and they have work colleagues, and you obviously they have close friendships and that. But when you're a team and you're being a football team, I think it's more than a family because you know you depend on each other. You're going to war for each other every 3-4 days. You feel like the whole world's against you. You like when we, you know,
it's an unbreakable bond.
It's like a bond you got at the time, and then for one day to one of your mates not to be there. Like
traumatic.
that,
it's traumatic,
and then it's sort of because like football, we all know how important football is, right? But in the scheme of things, it really is not, is it? Right? You know, when life and death and things like that are happening, but to be able to go to war and put your body on the line, you as a group have to think that you're the center of the universe, and you are you're going to go to war, and we've seen players get injured. We see players get injured, and you go through things, right? So, but then when something actual, real happens, like it's very difficult then to have the same. Come on, because you need to push yourself to
that extra 10%.
So I feel that's been if that's the one thing above all the other things that you listed, the Jota thing. I think they need to grieve like. And go
they haven't
away.
had time.
I think people have not
just
really
been going to work like normal.
People say it, but they don't really think it through for what it is, and that's exactly what it is. So I think.
But fans, this is why I was going back to the fans now. The fans, they got time for that.
Yeah.
Fans, it moves on quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the people that's effective, they can't forget about it. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And then I said all the other stuff as well. On top of that, it's just piled the pressure on. And Slot, he'll probably never ever have to deal with something like this ever again. And there's other managers out there that has never dealt with it. And who tells someone like that how to navigate and be around a big football club like that and still trying to please the fans, try and make sure that his players are happy.
Yeah.
It's a hard task.
It's definitely a confidence thing.
Top of that,
definitely.
There's this thing that I always look at, like with managers, like great managers. When a great manager leaves a football club, the next manager that comes in, it's hard. It's a hard job. Like you've got to be something else, like to live up to people's expectations. Because you're not Klopp, you're Slot. Do you know what I mean? And they're always going to have that against you.
It's true. It's true. Like you look at David Moyes, who's a great manager.
Yeah,
going in after Fergie never worked. Unai Emery, did he go straight in after Wenger?
Yeah.
And Unai Emery's clearly a great manager.
It's so hard. Because everyone's such used to a certain way. Do you know what I mean? And then that happens, and then you ain't going to ever live up to him.
Imagine you're at a great concert, right? And the support act is just blowing the doors off, and everyone's buzzing, and then the main acts go, "Oh God." Drop it down a gear, warrior. I'm going to come in. You're already at a 10. I've got to find an 11.
You've got to find a different level.
That was like when we watched Streets and Kasabian. Mate, the Streets were good.
But Kasabian
were really good as well. They were
you had to bring your
I was worried because when we went to Streets and Kasabian, I was thinking, we love the Streets. You love the Streets. A week don't go by without you in the background playing, right? And I'm thinking, we were so buzzing at the Streets. I think, God, Sergio's got his work cut out here, but then he come out and smashed it out of the park. So big him up.
Was it the pit?
Was in the mosh pit?
The mosh pit. I was in there.
Only on this podcast can you go from serious talk to mosh pit in 2 sentences. Quick question though, Arne Slot, do you stick with him or do you go and get Xabi Alonso?
Stick or twist?
I don't. Do you know what? I don't know. Part of me's like, it's got to come down to players, and he's got to be able to give them the confidence and a boost. I feel like the confidence affects players a lot when they're playing. I think they need a few good results. I don't know, mate, honestly.
I feel bad.
A new manager coming in might give them a new lease of life. Do you know what I mean? It's harsh, isn't it? But that's the world you live in with football now.
I think it's harsh on him. But it's business. I think it's harsh. But it's business because
I think you get Alonso when they could be flying, mate.
I think the players need a change. I think the players need a change because obviously this traumatic event what we're talking about, I think they just need a new scenery. Let's start again next season.
Can I say I want to throw my 2p's worth in it. I think go to the end of the season and then sit down and I would probably do it if he's available. Not now. Let Arne Slot try and win the Champions League because he deserves that.
So
not now.
That's a question in its own,
right?
Coley.
Go on.
If he wins the Champions League,
he's got to stay.
He stays.
Of course he has.
All right.
Of course he has, right?
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. I was on the radio the other day. One of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, "Look, he can win the Champions League. I still want him off." I said, "Mate, there would have been 2 trophies, 2 major trophies in 2 years.
Yeah.
You got Premier League and you got Champions League. What else do you want?" He'll be like, "Nah, I don't like him.
Really?
Gotta go."
Mate,
it's because they watch the football week in, week out, though.
It's because they've got people like him winding them up on the airwaves.
I'm not winding them up.
Yeah,
he's
called me. You know what? You got to take your hat off to fans, honestly. Like, I'll go and watch my kids play football, and when they lose, it ruins my weekend.
Yeah.
I'm like, these are paying money to go and watch every weekend. Imagine them paying to go home miserable.
He made the. Listen,
mate,
how many fans have you made feel like that?
Do you know what? You said something right. This is when I say you've got this weird way of looking at things.
Yeah,
I can't argue with you, right? Yeah. He said, I can't remember who it was. I think it was at the final when you went, I hope nobody. It's going to be horrible with someone. Someone's going to lose. We was in the box. And
because we're in the box with both fans.
Yeah, and he was like, what? He said, why would you bother going to football, right? He said, why would you just not go to a gig or a rave or something? At least you know when you pay your 50 quid, you're going to have a good time. Football, you can pay your 50 quid and go home miserable.
But I guess the times are really good when they are good.
Yeah.
It's like playing bingo, isn't it? It's like playing the lottery.
I tell you, it wasn't good for the other day on TV. Danny Dyer.
Oh yeah,
what happened?
Where it kept panning to him every time with the West Ham, and then they thought they scored, and then they hadn't scored. Mate, he went for a lot of pain.
We will get onto that. So listen, anyway, Liverpool. I'll bring Alonso in, and I'll tell you why. I think Alonso tends to play with that sort of 3-4-3 system. Yeah. I think Frimpong and Kerkez, Wirtz in behind Isak and Ekitike, Szoboszlai and McAllister. Maybe as a 2 in there.
He ain't turned up this season, McAllister either.
He hasn't. He's but yeah. But anyway, I would do that. Moving on, Chelsea now. Mm-hmm. Listen, lots going on, Coley. They dispatched Port Vale 7-0.
That was lovely, by the way.
Lovely dispatch, but it's off the back of a bad run.
Yeah.
But the news coming out is Enzo Fernandez has been dropped by Chelsea for 2 games after comments he made about his future are deemed to have crossed the line, according to the manager, Rosina. Now, when Rosina came out and spoke to the press, he said it was a club decision to give him the two games ban. He's under contract until 2032. And he wants to leave, right? It seems like he wants to leave.
That's funny in itself.
It's madness, isn't it?
Right.
While he was talking, I was thinking his contract's up at the end of the season.
Yeah. Right.
2032.
So it's on us, right, as ex-footballers to like try and give the fans a perspective, the listeners to give a perspective of did he cross the line? Is his punishment fair? What are Chelsea thinking? So first of all, I think Enzo Fernandez is a great footballer. He's a great footballer. And when he's on the pitch, Chelsea are a better team. And he's clearly, when he signed for the club, he would have been clearly sold this dream. We're going to go back to the top. It's Chelsea Football Club. It's global. He's thinking to himself, fantastic, 100 million player from Benfica. I'm at the big league. And he's been there 2.5 years now. He's probably looking around and he's playing with young players, not really competing with your Arsenals, your Man Cities. And he's probably thinking, he signed this 8-year contract of what he signed, which Chelsea, and he's probably thinking, this ain't happening for me. And it's a short career as a footballer. So I think between him and his agent, they've decided they want to get out. Now they have to, these agents probably encouraging him to say these things in the press, because what it does, it destabilizes the club. But like you said, when you've got a year or 2 years left, you'll hold the power in the contract because you are a valuable asset. So the club's perspective is, right, we've given all these players these long-term contracts. We've had some where we've given it to Mikhailo Mudryk, who's had the drugs thing, can't get him off the books, paying him a lot of money. So that's a negative for giving him a long-term contract. Your Cole Palmers, your Enzos, you give them a long-term contract and it secures the value on the asset. But now you come to where the rubber hits the road, where, Enzo, you've got him for another 4 or 5 years, so he's secured, but you're going to have an unhappy player for 4 or 5 years. So this is where I think the ownership group, they don't have anyone in that group who's been a top player, who understands the mindset, understands all the intricacies. You can say it.
Intricacies.
Yeah, and so but when they've come to this place, they've all sat around and probably gone, right, how do we deal with this? Because this can't go well. He can't be saying he wants to leave every 5 minutes. So they've gone, right, we're going to ban him for 2 games. And one of the games is the Man City game, right? So, I mean, if there's someone in the room, you need to preempt this type of stuff because you can't just be banning players for talking about
Surely
their opinions. If he wants to leave,
surely they would have had a chat with each other before they decided to ban him for 2 games.
they said it was a club decision. So for that means it's the owners, maybe the board, maybe the directors of football.
So how's this one such a big deal and Cucurella's one not?
Good point. I think with the Cucurella point, I think Enzo's done it before. I think there's been some something
got
like
misdemeanors previous.
He's got
previous. This guy, every time he goes away on international, I bet.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have a little breather. You have a breather. I don't know, man. I think it's pretty much. Listen, you're not. If you're sitting there going, I'd like to go and live in Real Madrid.
No, it's Madrid.
Madrid,
mate. It could be Rayo Vallecano. By the way, it don't have to be Real Madrid. It could be Getafe. That's in Madrid.
Yeah.
So it could be these other teams. He might not just say, I want to go to Real. It could be Atletico. You know what I mean?
It ain't Chelsea. You know that. Do you know what I mean? Chelsea ain't in Madrid.
That's true.
That's true. Right? So
far from it.
Right? So like the question's here: did he cross the line?
You just shouldn't come out and do it, should you? Really?
You shouldn't come out and do it. But if you're thinking,
I wouldn't mind to live in Madrid, but he's saying it was. He was saying it was innocent. Like says, the weather reminds me of home.
Yeah, but that's just
that's the lyrics. That's the lyrics he's coming out with.
You know what you're saying. Well, if that's the case, then I would say, listen, Enzo, you need to come out. If my dealings with it would have been, first of all, I think you made a rod for your own back with these long-term contracts because I think they sound good in essence, but they haven't thought about what happens when you get a player, a top player who wants to go, and how that affects.
They must have had a chat with him before banning him, surely.
Well, it's an easy one. You say, listen, Enzo, why are you saying this? And he'd go, sorry, I didn't mean it. Go, all right, then no problem. What about this statement saying you're committed to Chelsea for the next 4 or 5 years and you're not interested in leaving no matter where, you know what I mean? And then you go, all right, but that would have been the first move. Then if he says no, then you know he's not said it accidentally. And you go, all right, this is where we're at. And then it becomes a thing, well, then listen, I just think I could have said this was coming down the line 2 years ago with these long-term contracts. 100%.
That's how they're going to try and get out of it.
Of course, players are going to try and navigate. We see Isak in the summer.
I wouldn't. If you're going to do it, fine him.
Yeah.
Don't ban him for 2 games if he's a player that's going to play.
You're hurting yourself
and still
really.
give you everything.
Because
no matter what, whenever you go on the pitch, you're still going to give everything. You're never going to go out there and not give everything, are you?
We would think that. I'm assuming Enzo is that type of character. But
we have seen some wrong uns.
We have seen some wrong uns. But would you forcing yourself out of a club is it's so ugly, isn't it? It's so ugly,
hardcore,
right? Do you know what I mean? Because the only people that pay the price are the fans. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
If they're not happy, you've seen what Chelsea do.
Exactly.
Well, it doesn't matter how good you are, what kind of background you've got, or what kind of reputation you've come with.
Yeah,
you get put in the reserves.
They've gone hardline Chelsea on all of these type of issues. They've gone any of the players that they've give long-term contracts out, and they won't leave because the players can't get the money that they're on at Chelsea and whatnot. They go, right, you're going to Siberia, the bomb squad. You're going out there. You're going to train with the kids. You're going to make your life difficult, which is completely wrong. Yeah, because every one of them players were bought in good faith, and it hasn't worked. And it's not just the player's fault. If a player's not worked at a club, the player has to take the most of the blame, but it can be the manager. It can be just the situation. I mean, no one's fault, right? Mm-hmm. But you can't go, right, we wanted you. Go and get over there and do that. I've been vocal, but I don't think that's... You've been in that situation. So just talk me through that. What was it like?
What bomb squad?
He's been at... Yeah.
It was a bomb squad of 6 months.
So was I.
Shay Given, Adebayo.
I was in bomb squad in Indonesia, though.
That's a proper bomb squad.
Proper bomb squad.
Oh my God.
Mate, they put me in bomb squad in Indonesia. I didn't do nothing wrong. It's crazy. Imagine being in Indonesia segregated.
I could have dealt with it differently when I look back, maybe, but not like loads differently.
Go on.
But I could have been a bit more positive. But when I was with them, there was Craig Bellamy, Shay Given, Adebayo. There was like a group
some big dogs in there.
We were coming back for pre-season. Just got a phone call saying, "Don't want you at the training ground."
It's just from who?
I can't remember.
We don't want you at the training ground.
So it wasn't the manager?
No, management
Weasel.
Called me. He'd never call me.
That's a proper weasel move. Who was it?
Mancini.
Come
but
on,
like,
man.
so I
Pick up the
end up coming back 10 days later.
Yeah.
But when he called me, I was just when I got that, I was like, I thought I was going on holiday again.
Yeah.
I went on holiday for another week, but I come back and I'm still training with the kids.
It must have hurt.
Oh yeah,
you know
because
what I mean?
then you like know you're kind of done. Like there's no way of changing his mind. He's gone, no, I'm just done with you.
Yeah.
So then you train with the kids, but like obviously, like you say, you're on big money. So then it's like, well, who's gonna come and get you? And I think a couple of lads might have got out in time, but then you're training with the kids every day. But I never cause a problem.
Yeah, of course
I go in and still train, work hard, but you're just like, I lost a little bit of love for football. So I'm like, what's next? Like, am I just seeing this out?
Yeah.
And I remember it got to Christmas time and he called me over because I thought I had 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Right.
Because obviously the kids get a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Oh, you're training with us now? I was like, oh, come on, mate.
So he's just done a spiteful one as well.
Oh, yeah, I just thought, come on.
So hold on, so you've been out.
I've been out all the way from summer to
the youngsters get 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Yeah.
But he's gone, no, you come and train with us now just to be spiteful.
Yeah, and I was just oh, come on, mate. Like,
what are you doing?
Taking the piss. I ain't caused you no problems. I was literally just going to go home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your problem. You just want money. You don't want to play football.
Oh,
so,
wow.
no, but you're not going to play me. You're just keeping me here for the sake of it. You haven't all of a sudden just changed your mind. You don't want to play me.
Yeah.
So don't blame me.
Spiteful.
So then, anyway, I've got to get past that bit. And I think I went in January, and then ended up going to. I went to Brighton in the end.
Yeah.
For less money, I took a little bit of a cut to be able to go. So I said, I need to get out.
I just think
his
behaviour there is atrocious.
I think diabolical. Yeah. And you haven't done anything to him.
No, and I'm like, I could understand. I can understand if you're a player that's causing disruptions in the first team.
You're gone.
But you're still going to want to train. You still want to be
and
fit.
You're a model professional,
and you're playing with people that you get on with.
Exactly.
Like, I get it if there's a bad egg.
I
get if there's bad egg, but I was never a bad egg. But
that's interesting because what is Enzo's teammates thinking? No.
Yeah. That's exactly it, Coley.
What is?
We'll probably go to you and go, mate. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I would go to Enzo and go, come on, geez, what you like?
Yeah,
and like, come on, you're with us, right? And that's problem. That's problem solved.
Yeah.
But the club's going. The club, Liam should be able to go to the top boys at the group. Go get hold of him, sort him out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you reckon Liam's got that in him?
No.
He
needs to know who his leaders are, and that's the whole point of having an experienced pro.
Exactly. What I've been saying.
So
having an experienced manager should be dealing with that situation, not people up above.
No, but
that's not how they work it. They work the situation with the manager. It filters through the manager, but it's not. Do you know what I mean? Whereas we're used to a system where the manager is the be all and end all.
Yeah.
So Mancini, he would obviously have to tell the directors he's doing that to you, but that's him. Do you know what I mean? There's no one going, I'll tell you what, geez, let's nose up Bridgie's Christmas. Let's make him come in. There's no one there. He's just that's all him being a donut.
Yeah.
Vindictive, yeah. But what I'm saying is, this problem was always coming down the line, and Chelsea have just got to it and gone, right, let's go hard line on him. And then the teammates go, oh, if they're going to do that to him, they can do that to us at any moment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If we say the wrong format, so I just think it's a mess. I really do. And
I just think if he
I feel for Liam because I know Liam. If he was left down to his own devices, he wouldn't have handled. I don't think he would have handled it like this. I really don't. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
As a manager, you've got to try and keep him on side.
Right, just for the record, before we move on, Enzo has said that no talks have taken with Real Madrid or Getafe or anyone in that region. Yeah. and Liam Rosini has come out and said that him and Enzo are in a good place.
Oh, that's all right then.
So that should have happened before a 2-match ban.
Nip it in the bud now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it had to be talked about.
We're going to go over to West Ham in a minute. I did the game. It was a brilliant game. But before that, we're going to go with England. We've done our England 11s last week. And there's some comments from people.
Here we go.
We posted.
I've been on there debating.
Yeah, I love the fact Coley's engaging with the people.
Yeah, I like it.
It's
good. Sticking up for us.
Yeah, no, it's not even about sticking up. It's just like everyone's got a view. Yeah. As long as you look, I've got to say this now, right? Yeah. So I'm looking deep into the camera's eyes, lens, whatever you want to call it. Yeah? Listen, when you come onto our comments section, right, you don't have to be rude first to start a conversation. Don't come and say, look at these Muppets, and then go on to say what your point is. If you want to get my attention that way, then I won't engage with you in the way you want me to engage, but I will engage with you if, you come with a little bit of respect. Do you know what I mean? Or else I'll call you a Muppet back. How about that?
Muppets.
The Muppets.
That should be the name of the podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
The Muppet Show.
Yeah, that's our new podcast name, The Muppet Show.
Oh, here we go. Right, so listen, most people like Bridges' team. So 90% Coley, you was at the back.
Yeah,
but I've got 35%.
That's the team that will win, you know.
Okay.
Right?
We'll never know because it won't happen.
It's tactically, it's a spiritual team that is. It's in the unseen world.
Okay. All right, I do pick my teams on
What did you get?
spirituality.
Was you second?
No, I was second with 35%, but Bridgie smashed it, 46%.
Is it?
Now, Colton, you had Madueke in your team.
Yeah.
Craig said starting with him was mad. Like, defend your thing with Madueke.
Look,
or just admit you got it wrong.
No. Look, it could have been a toss up between Madueke and Bowen for me.
Yeah.
But Madueke is in a. My reasoning for going with Madueke is because he's in a title challenging position, so he should be on a high, right?
Yeah.
And I'd have loved to put Bowen in there. I was not going to put Saka because I think Saka closes the space.
Yeah.
For Kane to operate.
Right.
Where I think, and Bellingham, where I think we need runners on the outside that can take on players on the outside and in the inside. A little bit of unpredictability.
Yeah.
That's why I've gone for Noni Madueke. And he's a willing runner to go the other way because Harry Kane comes to feet quite a lot. So my choices are actually tactical. It's not that he's my favourite player. I just thought what player is going to complement the best player on the pitch, which is Harry Kane.
Yeah. Okay, it's fair. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I've gone with Rashford. He's a willing runner. I see him again.
Scored at the weekend
for Barcelona, playing really well. He's going to get a lot of football from now to the end of the season because Rafinha's injured. So I looked at that. I thought, listen, man, there's a spiritual guidance to my selection. Yeah. You might just see it on paper and think, maybe not.
Yeah.
And I put Garner in there as well.
Yeah.
It's all spirituality, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm a manager, in my head, and you're not.
Fair. It's well said. I think he's even put. Craig's even put Madueke in his team now. This is from iBeatles said, how are people picking stones? He's played 18 games in 2 years. I must say, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
But I just think he's got the experience to navigate.
Me too. I think what people don't underestimate is in these tournaments and these situations, having somebody who knows what they're doing at the back. You know, next Mark Gurhey is the number one centre half, but he's not played in the tournament, right?
Yes, but not
regular.
Not the
level
main
guy.
Yeah,
like looking around, he's always had Stones with him or Maguire.
Even club level.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Club level, Stones has been there, done it, tried it, tested, won things as well.
And they would have trained together.
Yeah,
consistently for 6 months. So all these things come. We don't just throw these things. People, we come with receipts. Right. This is from Chris. This isn't necessarily. It's about Bridgie, but it's not.
What is it?
Bridgie is so anti-Arsenal. It seems like a fair comment to me. What is it with Arsenal, mate?
What is it with
quite
Arsenal?
A fair comment, isn't it? Do you know what it is? I've met quite a lot of Arsenal fans over the last few years.
And their bells.
No. The actual these ones are all right.
Are they all right?
It's just, when like you've played against them a few times, you get abused a lot. And then just all of a sudden you don't like some of the players you play against. And all of a sudden you just do you know what?
Name names.
Like just when that Chelsea Arsenal rivalry, like he's actually right at Boué, but he used to do my head in. He used to do my head in to play against. It's like Gary Neville. I like Gary Neville. He used to do me head in to play against.
Okay, so it's left a bit of sour taste in the mouth.
It's you know what I mean. I don't really hate.
I reckon you'd like a Boué on a night out. I reckon you would.
I don't really
seen him
hate him. No. I kind of just dislike him a little little
Right,
bit,
okay.
and I like it when they lose.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you don't like them then?
Mate, they're good.
You're happy when they're miserable.
Yeah, but it's just certain things in your life, and you just. But like, there's like if they went and won the league, I'd actually be happy for the people that I
People
like.
that we
that
love.
support
The
Arsenal,
people we love would be happy
But
for
everyone
them.
else, I won't be happy for.
Okay,
Do you know what I mean?
We've got a guy that follows us, and he's quite vocal. I didn't know Marlon King was an Arsenal fan.
Really?
Ex-Watford striker.
Okay.
James Puentes as well. He follows us religiously, but he's an Arsenal fan. But they're reasonable Arsenal fans.
Right, okay.
We've got Simon Swifty.
Right, okay.
Simon James, my mate, Arsenal fan, very unreasonable fan. So this is why I do it, for fans like him and get under his skin.
And I don't think it's a hate thing either. Do you know what? There's something about them. They always celebrate, and they're always texting. And it's their season. They're going to win this
digitally active.
So early.
Yeah, they're digitally
so early than any other team I can think of.
They go.
So like, then I'm just like, I'm just going to see you eat these words. You know what I mean?
Listen, they
just
got to win
a bit of banter is
something.
funny.
They got to win something.
They're going to win the league.
Time will tell.
So what else have we got on there?
Time will tell. No, that's pretty much it. Like, so like, well, we're gonna.
You was getting the Cristiano Ronaldo one last week.
This is weird to me, right? I don't even remember. I said something about Cristiano Ronaldo. But you said if you say something bad about Cristiano Ronaldo,
mate, there's a
he's
tribe
got all
that
these
come
little
after you.
minions that bounce on and do
Yeah.
all that.
You said something about him, and someone came for me about it.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
You're
know.
just dropping bombs.
Can I
And
just
you don't
say-
even read it. That's the worst thing.
Yeah,
He
sorry.
don't read it. Yeah, so stop coming on our page looking for him because he doesn't care.
Carlton reads it all the time. Go for Carlton.
Yeah, come for me. Like, I don't mind bouncing back and forth with you lot.
Yeah, I just found it weird. Like, anyway, Cristiano, you know, I don't mind him. He's all right. Leave me alone.
I think a lot of these people as well sometimes, you know, like they see it and they think of a reply straight away rather than slow it down and think,
It's all about it.
Just
chill out a bit.
Chill out.
And then write something if you really want to.
Really?
Oh
They've
my
just
God.
gone boom straight in two-footed.
Didn't see it, anyone.
Yeah, don't even see it. So
there you go.
I'm seeing. I'm hurting.
Coley's my guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to start sending them all to you.
Okay. Thanks, mate. No, my mates do that. Like, I got, like I got called a Bulgarian lizard once. My mate thought it was brilliant. Yeah.
Lizard.
I said something about Liverpool and Turley they didn't like. This geezer, it was quite funny actually. He went, look at him, he looks like a Bulgarian lizard. I don't even know what a Bulgarian lizard looks like. But there you go, we're moving on.
We do now.
Yeah. Right, moving on. West Ham, I was there. Can I say, Colton, what a game. Like,
it was a good view. It was,
do you know
it was
what?
a good view for the mutual.
Yeah, before I go on, right, you know, I don't know if it's my old age what it was, but I get really when I go to West Ham and a big night like when the crowd they were singing Bubbles, I get really emotional. I was like, because you know, like you just think, I remember that song when you make your first when you're there and you're a kid and it's all new and it's all fresh, and it was the fans were so up for it. Yeah. They were so up for it for the game, and as we come down from where we was watching the game, God knows why they do this. Was they put us like right between the Leeds fans and the West Ham fans, and we got to stand there for 10 minutes and just watching them scream abuse at each other. The passion, the
from the top of their lungs,
running from the top. I saw one geezer. He must have been about 65, limp. And I saw him running down like it took him ages to get down, just to
blurt out some nonsense.
And then there's all these other West Ham fans, and I was watching it. It was brilliant.
It's their stress relief, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. And I'm like, listen, you're right. It's a stress relief, and that's what they come to football for.
That's the whole point. But that's what they're paying for.
Yeah,
that's what
they're paying for at the end for West Ham, where you see the Leeds fans going absolutely mental.
What about the West Ham fans that left 2-0 down?
Yeah.
When was that, half time?
No, it was 2-0 down. Just like there was 10 minutes to go, and you know, then they're all creeping out, and then if anyone knows the Olympic Stadium, it's a long way out. Yeah. Right. So
it's a little bit
there was a portion of them that went out, and then they tried to get back in. The stewards give them you ain't coming in tonight. Oh, and then the ones that come back with their
head held,
with their tail between their legs. Like, I was just going to the toilet.
Just going to the toilet. That was
Fletch and Ali on commentary, like because we're finding these people all coming back into the stadium, and they were just going, "Don't leave!
Where are you going?"
It was brilliant. It was absolutely.
So
brilliant.
I would have thought a different way there because I went to the toilet when Saints got their second goal.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I missed it. So then I just thought, well, we'll just stay here.
What, in the toilet?
No, I stayed out. I didn't stay in the toilet. I left the toilet, but I thought I'm not going back into the stadium because I've gone to the toilet. That's why they scored. So,
Right, okay.
I just stay out here. Because if I go back out there, Arsenal might score. So last few minutes,
maybe that's what some of the fans are thinking.
That's what they should have done. Stayed out. And maybe
that's what they're thinking. They said, you know what? Well, I'm out here now. We've caught up, so I might as well stay out here. Not try and get back in and just.
The only thing is trying to get back in and seeing them lose. That's even. It's just.
I know.
Tops it off, isn't it?
But one thing, I was convinced West Ham were going to win as it went into extra time. The young goalie here, let's just give him Finley Herrick,
character, by the way,
20 years old.
He looks like a character. He was chatting to every penalty taker. I thought he's got a bit about him.
He has definitely got a bit about him.
Do you know him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I rung Coley because I'm at the game and I'm like, this kid, he was the anomaly on the bench, like because we have all our notes and it'll be like, you know certain players, and I don't know nothing about this kid.
Yeah, Josh Ajala on the bench as well. We had a few youngsters.
So all the youngsters, I ring him up straight away, and he goes, yeah, he was on loan to Boreham Wood for he's only played 11
for a short one
for 11 games, 20. He's been at the club since he was 6 years old, and I'm just thinking, you're talking about spirituality, and I'm thinking it's written. This kid's he's sitting there. He's been at the club since he's 6. Imagine all them nights he would have been dreaming of his debut for West Ham. But it would have been, I'm coming on with 5 minutes to go and I'm going to win the penalty shootout in a big FA Cup tie. So I think it has to be done. And then I thought the crowd give him a massive, like they always do at West Ham. They give him the big up and he'd come on. And what he done very smartly, because there was 5 minutes to go. He couldn't get into the game. So he took the goal kick, took his time. Kicks. Yeah, took his time, but I could, and then a sort of pass back come to him, and he just calmed. He looked calm, calmed himself down, and then the shenanigans started in the penalty shootout. I thought this kid's having himself. I like it, and he saved the first one, and I thought this is going to be one.
A few others as well.
Fingertips to the others.
That's one that he probably felt a bit bad that he couldn't deal with, but he done it. Yeah, I felt he was brilliant.
Yeah, I did. The only thing I would criticise with Nuno is. And it's hard because I don't know the situation with Wan-Bissaka, Mavropanos. Maybe you know Coley and Somerville. Was Somerville ready? I think he picked the team. It looked like a team that was slightly edging towards the Premier League, and I just think he underestimated. I think he would have sat there when the atmosphere was kicking off at the start and thought how up for it the West Ham fans were, how important the FA Cup was. I think he could have picked the stronger side. From the start,
it was a day out in Wembley. People forget that.
You know what I mean? I think he underestimated that, and I think it was a broad financial decision.
It's hard as a manager if you think
it's to weigh up that one. Yeah. Where do you find a biting point for your strongest team, and saving your legs as well for the charge that's ready to stay up in the league as well?
You'd rather stay in the league,
of course,
than win a cup, right?
Of course.
Would you?
Would you rather go down and win an FA Cup?
Too much. No, Coley, it's too much money.
No, you got
Where's the love? Where's the love?
No, I know what you're saying, but
where's the spirit, mate? Them boys might not win anything ever again.
I know, no, for the boys.
For the FA Cup.
Listen, I get it.
I'm not. It comes from my soul, not from my bank balance.
I get it for the purist. That is the dream.
As a manager, be honest. As a manager, would you rather win the FA Cup and go down or stay up?
No, but you don't know what your remit was at the start of the season.
I'd prefer to win the FA Cup and go down. I'll bring them back up.
Listen to this.
But I'm a romantic.
No, but winning the FA Cup, when you were signed and you were trying to save us, you're trying to save us. It wasn't.
We should put this out there.
But your remit wasn't.
Ask people what they
your remit to
come win the FA Cup and go down.
No,
stay up.
Your remit was to keep us up. That's it. Not go and win the FA Cup. That weren't on the. That weren't on the forms. That weren't on the forms, mate. When you're signing that contract, the owner was not saying you better keep us up. And then we'll give you a nice. It's not to win the FA Cup and go down.
Corporate greed. Corporate
greed. No, but you have to. He's doing his job. He's doing his job.
No. It's not, I'm not having it.
No, you're not having it.
I'm not having it.
He's doing his job, mate.
I'm not having it. Listen, I'm not having it, mate.
The FA Cup would have been a bonus. It would have been a bonus.
It's no bonus. All right.
Well, I think you'd rather stay up, I reckon.
Okay.
You're just saying it.
No, I'm not. 100%.
Mate, I'm not having it.
Well, we can ask the people. Because if West Ham go down, they'll come straight back up. Money comes and goes, Colin.
I like what you're saying there. I'm going to remind you about this.
Listen, I'm the romantic. These capitalist people next to me. But listen, it's one for the viewers, other viewers, listeners. We're going to do a poll. Would you like to go down and win the FA Cup, or stay up and not win the FA Cup? I think it's a no-brainer. There you go. But before that, before we move on, Friday night, Coley.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest game of the season for West Ham? Wolves at home.
The biggest game of the season
So
is
far.
every game. It's every game. It's been the biggest game. I think what you'll see for this game, it's a big. Win. It's not. It is a must win. Every game's a must win, but we got to go and put a good performance up. That's all I care about, because we got to keep that momentum, and then hopefully Lady Luck's on our side. But what it does, if we do win this game, it puts a lot of pressure on the teams around us to win theirs. So the likes of Spurs, for instance, they're going to have 2 days to mull over it until their game. And then that's going to put a load of pressure. And De Zerbi, he's come in, obviously, but I think fans are probably going to look at that thinking, that's going to be our boost, that's going to be our bounce. If they don't bounce, and it's a flat ball, then and we go and win. Yeah. I think psychologically we win, and we stay in the Premier League.
You think it's that big, yeah?
I think it's that big.
Oh, wow, that's massive. What about you, Bridgie?
It's a must-win game, isn't it? But who else they got to play? They've got to play.
They've got a reasonable run in. I think it's Crystal Palace away.
They've got Leeds.
They've got Leeds. There's winnable games for West Ham.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. They're all much for much. It's because you know what, these games, when people and punters, West Ham fans, Spurs fans, Forest fans, and even Leeds fans will be looking at it going, oh, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game. But when you come to the end of the season, 2 to 3 games at the end of the season, pressure comes on. But also, say, for instance, if Leeds win the next 3 games and they're completely out of it, then West Ham played them at the last game of the season, you'd like to think they're going to be on holiday. So it changes. So you just got to win the next game.
Need to win it. They've got to win it.
Moving away from football, we all love our golf. It's the Masters dinner. Rory McIlroy will be choosing the meal this year. I'm just thinking, if we had a Champions dinner for our teammates, what would yours, starters, mains, and desserts be? What's your thing?
A prawn cocktail.
Prawn cocktail?
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
Never expecting that either.
What's
like chicken wings or something.
What chicken wings? Why are you stereotyping me, bro?
I'm not. You like chicken. You like chicken.
I want a prawn cocktail, bro.
No chance, mate. You're not having a prawn cocktail.
You didn't put me in a chicken wing box. What, black people just like chicken, yeah?
No.
Oh, that's what we're doing now.
I'd have chicken wings.
I'm having prawn cocktail.
Oh, chicken wings.
I'm having prawn cocktail.
I'd have a burrata.
A burrata.
Oh my God!
This guy, man.
I think you're so foreign.
No, mate. You're from where? Are you? Canning Town? Where are you from?
Kentish Town.
Kentish Town. Yeah, like.
Do you not like burrata?
Yeah, I do like it.
Yeah, but what? Why?
Well, I thought if I said caviar, it's a bit of cheese. Anyway, right, it's poor from you.
Some bit of cheese, some posh cheese, that is, isn't it? How's it cured?
I don't know how to do it. Right, mains.
I'd either have some fried chicken. Proper fried.
No, he's doubling down on the chicken now. Who does this guy think he is? I swear down, this guy.
No, I like fried chicken.
Fried chicken?
Yeah, like proper fried chicken.
Yeah, but you can't have starters and mains.
Mine was cornbread and fried chicken. Popeyes. You might as well just go Popeyes.
I like chicken.
Just say he just wants KFC.
No, not KFC. Proper fried chicken.
All right, okay.
Proper homemade fried chicken.
I'm going mains. A bit of steak.
Yeah.
And fritters.
Yeah. Okay.
Fritters.
Steak and chips.
Medium rare.
Medium.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I am gonna go with fish and chips. A good one. Yeah, like not
haddock or.
I like
place.
cod. I like cod.
Okay.
Fish, chips, and mushy peas.
Coley. There's a fish called coley. Do you know that?
Is there?
Yeah, there's actually. Mate, we need to go and sample that.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I've never heard of a coley.
There's a coley fish. Yeah.
There's not a coley fish.
Where? You can get battered coley fish. I swear down.
Really?
You think I'm joking?
True.
Go and search it up. Go search it up.
He's still eating.
I'm a man of knowledge. I'm a man of knowledge, man. There's coley fish.
Never heard of it. I've never
C-O-L-E-Y.
been to Sainsbury's and seen salmon, trout, coley. I've never seen.
It's not in them type of. It's not in Sainsbury's.
Are rare? Are we rare?
It might be in Waitrose.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This has gone sideways. This
No,
way.
it's not. It's not.
Okay.
So what? You want a bit of So haddock, battered haddock,
Cod.
Cod, mate, yeah.
I like cod. I like cod. Yeah, and but a really good one. There's a great little one in It's one in called the Seashell. I used to go as a kid. So it's in Lesson Green, Edgware Road, just down there by Church Street where I used to live. And I used to go there every Friday night as a kid. So, like, you know what I mean? That's my thing. Anyway, dessert, Bridgie.
I think I'll be full up with all chicken.
You're going to get chicken for dessert as well. Oh, how much chicken do you want on this plate, bro?
Oh, I don't know, dessert. I'm not really like a dessert man. Like
chicken
maybe
strippers.
like a little
Chicken
chocolate
strippers.
eclair or something. You know, the Profiterole towers.
Profiterole towers.
Yeah, maybe one of them or something.
When you eat, right?
When I eat, I eat. Yeah,
right?
when I eat, I eat.
Yeah.
But most things I do, innit?
He eats
When
like
I'm doing it,
bulking.
when I'm doing it, I do it.
Yeah,
type
exactly.
thing.
He eats like he's bulking.
Yeah.
Trading for something. I'm going to go old school. Was it old school cake with custard?
Yeah. Okay.
So the school, remember the school?
Yeah, school cakes.
School
Yes.
cakes. Yeah. The old school sponge cake kind of thing.
Yeah.
With the sprinkle on top.
Yes.
Go with that.
Love that, mate.
I don't mind a cheese board, to be fair.
Cheese board is good. Until the chicken is consumed. Until the chicken is consumed, he wants a cheese board.
Chicken and cheese, Bridgie's sweet as enough. Right, okay. Right. I'd have apple crumble.
Apple crumble.
Apple crumble. What drink? All right. Okay. This ain't even on the notes, but I'm enjoying this. What drink would you have?
Oh, I don't know. I'd struggle to stick with one drink.
I'll go for Peroni.
You know what I'm into.
I'll probably
at the moment.
one beer.
Tequila.
Mezcal.
Mezcal and ginger ale.
Not mezcal, don't like.
It's the only drink. I love it.
Smoky tequila.
Smoky tequila. For anyone out there, it's just beautiful. Well, that was fun. Right, next week, Carlton's away in
Bangkok.
Yes, okay. Going to be looking for some train stations out there.
Carlton's away days in Bangkok.
Well, it'd be a bit different to Braintree, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So, but we got another Premier League great. Yeah. One of our friends, Ida Good-Johnson, the Iceman. So, if you've got any questions for Ida, email them in to the usual things. A reminder, we drop every Tuesday apart from this week, and you can watch us on YouTube and listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on socials. We'll be back next week, so please like, review, and subscribe. I'm on absolute flames today. See you later.
Flowing.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Tourism in Saudi Arabia relies heavily on off-roading, car modifications, and camping. There's real madness in this hobby. Some people spend thousands on it. But the real question is it actually good for the car or not? Let's go into one of the workshops and see how far this has gone. I entered one of these workshops that specialize in modifying vehicles and equipping them with high performance and safety features. The one who's going to explain the secrets behind what we see on the street. Is it obsession? Or is it normal?
There's obsession, there's the normal version, and there are all kinds. Basically, everything exists now on the Saudi street. Everything is there.
Saudis and non-Saudis alike. I saw so many foreigners who are really passionate about it. They had rooftop tents, car modifications, and off-road tires. When I asked them, they said it's mainly for mountain trips.
Exactly. In Alula, the empty quarter Asir, and the areas around Riyadh, we fully equip vehicles for all these places from A to Z. What you see here is a rooftop tent mounted. On the car for sleeping,
A tent?
Yes, and this device on top is a solar panel.
Sure.
Of course, when you have no access to power and you have an extra battery, instead of it running out, it charges automatically.
How long does it last?
About 3 to 5 hours, depending on the devices you're using. As you can see, this is the tent.
From the inside, Ahmed walked me through it. I actually slipped into the workshop because I want to understand what kind of faults or damage could harm the car the most.
Once you modify the tires and similar components, there are 3 main drawbacks: reduced engine torque overall, increased fuel consumption, and inaccurate speedometer readings, because the internal rotation no longer matches the external rotation.
One of the most popular weekend activities held in Riyadh is desert and safari trips. There's dune bashing, sandboarding, and barbecue outings. The activities are endless, but the first step at the gathering point is to deflate the tires to avoid getting stuck or facing problems. Right, Abdullah?
That's right, Sister Alam. This is one of the most important steps for us before we start the trip. We lower the tire pressure to around 10 to 15 psi because it really helps a lot on the sand.
Excellent, amazing, and of course it's important to go with license. 4-wheel groups that have experience in the desert, and full navigation support. Today I chose Team Amala. Hopefully it will be a successful trip. Thank you. Hello, I've arrived at the campsite and I want to explore the activities before sunset, because evening activities have a completely different vibe. You need to book in advance, especially when the weather is nice. Here in Riyadh, as it gets very busy, it is true that camps can host between 50 to 100 people, but early booking is definitely recommended. Let me enjoy the moment. Desert trips aren't just about the atmosphere, the activities, or escaping the city. They also let you enjoy these beautiful surroundings and give you a great chance to test your skills. Because here on every desert trip, everyone takes on a role. Some prepare the tea and coffee, others cook, some handle the campsite setup, and some know how to drive across the dunes. You'll see everyone working together and testing their skills. What an amazing trip. If you want to experience the same vibes, then here in Riyadh you have places like Al Muzahimia, Al Rain Road, Thumama, and many other spots with incredible sand dunes. My trip in Riyadh was beautiful, but it's not over yet. I won't leave the camp until sunrise.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world of Gulf.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
of the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us